Are you ready to rumble?
Of course I am.
Let's get into it.
Woohoo!
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of the Movie Boners.
I don't know why, but it just sounded so weird when you were like, hello.
Hello.
Welcome, everybody. Hello.
Do I have a radio voice on?
I think you did tap into a little bit of a radio voice there.
Okay. I knew I had it in me somewhere. Well,
Or maybe you were trying to tap into like a Mr. Manager.
yes, Mr. Manager.
Mr. Manager.
If I could be super French and douchebaggy, I probably would do that.
Oh, there you go.
Anyway.
There you go.
Before we get too sidetracked, as you probably noticed because you clicked on this episode, we're talking about John Wick. I've been waiting to do this episode since last year because they said Ballerina was going to release last year. Yeah, Ballerina was supposed to release last year. I was like, yes, we get to do a John Wick episode, go through all of the mythology, all of the things that you need to know before seeing Ballerina, and also just all the reasons we love all of the movies. And then they postponed it.
Awesome.
And we've been waiting forever. But finally, the time has come. Before that, though, a couple announcements. Well, one announcement and then one movie draft check-in. So, I just texted you about this recently because we just started planning this because we're recording this a month in advance. But by now, the time this comes out, it comes out on June 1st, which means we are in the month of June, which is very exciting because we are going to be doing something new and special. Last year we did kind of a promotion for June is Men's Health Month and especially Men's Mental Health Month, and we thought that would be a really cool thing to try to tap into and organize community around and stuff. And this year I think we wanted to be a little more prepared and get ahead of it a little bit more and also try to do more of actual value. So we decided that we would run a promotion in the merch store that we're still deciding on a new design that we will put in there, but there will be one new exclusive design that you have never gotten access to before and probably will never get again, at least in the same way. And the thought is that we want to generate buzz and also all of the profits from not just that hot new item and cool logo design, but all of the items in the merch store, if you like something else instead, will go towards a charity having to do with dads and fathers and just men and kids, adults that grew up without dads, kids that don't have dads now, things like that, trying to focus on giving back and feeding into those lives of those people, because it does seem like a major crisis around us and a much more of an impact than I think most people give credit for, fatherlessness and things like that. So want to do some good, want to have some fun, and so if you like that, please share that and head to the merch store and pick up anything you want, and 100% of all of it will go straight to a charity that we're still deciding on. We'll post about it on social media when we decide, and none of it will go to us.
That's true.
Yeah, for all of June.
Yeah.
So from today, the day this drops, until the end of June, you have that time to get as much as you want.
Yeah, it's I think men's mental health and especially father topics very close to heart for both of us. Yeah, so this is a deeply meaningful thing. I know we make a ton of jokes, but this is a good cause. This is something that we're pretty passionate about, pretty serious about. So please go get some cool stuff, but know that it's going to support those that have been without. So that's the point, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think in addition to being Men's Mental Health Month and Men's Health Month, also has Father's Day in June. Also, we're dropping a bunch of, I feel like, dad-related things. So John Wick is pretty, male-centric, I would say. And then
I was going to say male-centric, yes.
Yeah, next episode is we have a Father's Day episode coming up that will be very fun. And then we actually have 3 episodes in June. At the end of the month, we have a Guy Ritchie filmography deep dive. And I feel like Guy Ritchie makes some pretty dad-core movies. Have you ever heard of dad-core?
Yes.
Okay.
I feel like anyone in our generation, if you're like 33, 34 to 45, everything is dad core or dad rock or dad whatever. So
that's true. I do feel like pop punk is becoming dad core at this point, which is kind of funny.
Which is an interesting thing to think about.
Yeah. Any movie that you could like picture your dad standing up and watching on TV, that's kind of what Predator, things like that. Those are all dad core movies.
Oh yeah.
Most Steven Seagal movies.
We didn't do a lot of Steven Seagal. No?
No Under Siege?
No, my dad always thought he was
No boobs in the
super
birthday
cheesy
cake.
and just kind of sucked. So
Yeah.
no, we didn't.
I mean, it's not the best, but
Steven Seagal. No,
that's fair.
but we did do a lot of Jackie Chan, and we did do a lot of like
John Wayne.
80s satire, 70s satire kind of film, early 90s, and Arnold. So
Definitely Arnold. All right, so yeah, that's very exciting. I guess another thing that's pretty exciting is the movie draft. So we've got some interesting developments, some movement, I think you could call it. So let me flip over to something that actually makes sense to you. I'm on the board. So I've had my first movie release, yes. Accountant 2 came out, which is apparently doing quite well, quite a bit better than the first Accountant movie, actually. I think it's about the same IMDb rating, but the Rotten Tomatoes critic score and Rotten Tomatoes audience score are both about 20% higher than the original Accountant. So hopefully that's a good sign. I have high hopes for it, but it's also up against Sinners, which is going gangbusters right now. Everybody is talking about Sinners, it seems like. Yeah, everybody's into it. It finally dethroned the Minecraft movie, so that's good, I guess, if you're into that sort of thing. But I guess if you're not into the Minecraft movie, it's good. But Sinners, by all accounts, seems like quite a good movie. I saw a thing today that every IMAX screening since it's come out has been sold out, which is pretty exciting to see people going to movies again and being excited about it. Yeah, I think that's good in general. And being the only IMAX release, filmed with IMAX cameras released this year, that's good. But I think it'll start getting probably phased out for Thunderbolts, which neither of us drafted, and seems like it's going to be pretty big too.
Apparently it's amazing.
I get the feeling we have no idea what we're doing. We didn't get Minecraft movie, we didn't get Thunderbolts, and I'm worried that they'll be the two biggest movies of the year.
I think they're going to be the two biggest movies. Minecraft was a juggernaut, and Thunderbolts is... I talked to a couple coworkers that have seen it. At the time of recording this, it just came out.
Yeah.
And I will be going and seeing it tomorrow.
Okay.
But they came out and were like, yeah, so this is right up there, kind of next to like Guardians 3, Endgame, and No Way Home. It's like, those are some bold statements, guys. And they're like, yeah, we're not kidding. It's that good. It's like, oh, crap.
Yeah. I guess the exciting thing that I keep hearing is that it feels like, people say that it feels like Marvel has a direction again, that they didn't really, this whole phase since Endgame feels like very directionless. I think it's because they planned on it being the Caine thing, and then Caine kind of fell apart with Jonathan Majors. And so then they just kept putting out movies, but it didn't really mean anything. It sounds like they have a, I guess, meaning now, and the audience seems pretty excited about it, which I wish I knew, 8 weeks ago.
I think it's
whatever
hilarious that you and I were both like, we're not touching these, and we are eating our humble pie.
Yeah, we were not forward thinking enough, I guess, to anticipate that would change. Until Dawn also came out. That's on my bench.
That came out?
6.0. Apparently it's out. Yeah, came out same day as Accountant 2 a week ago
forgot
already.
About that movie. Oh.
Yeah. Apparently it's fine, but nothing too great. I do think, I guess I can give you this update. I'm leaning towards putting The Running Man in play because The Bride got pushed out. I think that's the one I'm going to go with. I've been reading a lot of interesting things about. The only thing that could be weird about it is, what's his face? I wanted to say Eggers, but it's not him. It's the other one. The guy that's making it, what's his face, that made Hot
Edgar
Fuzz
Wright?
and Egg Wright, thank you. I knew
Edgar
there was an
Wright?
egg in there somewhere, yeah. He apparently is basing it much more on the book The Running Man, which I didn't even know there was, and I'm worried that more people are like, this isn't like the Arnold movie at all, and will think that it sucks. But it sounds like it will be much cooler and better than the Arnold movie if people have an open mind to accepting it being different. So I have pretty high hopes for it now, and I think Running Man is definitely on my team at this point. Just so you know.
All right.
I'm not going to take it back yet.
Unless it starts bombing, and then you will.
Yeah. I said, what? Erase the footage. I never said that.
I never said that. You have no proof.
Exactly. What new things have you seen lately?
Not a lot. I watched the new Tom Hardy movie Havoc. That's on Netflix now.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
on my high list once I was busy with John Wick stuff this week, but I want to watch it.
I had to, at one point, I had to check, like, the genres that this movie is listed under, because it's pretty funny. It's not supposed to be funny at all.
Oh, no.
But I found myself laughing quite a bit. I think out of what seems to be like an endless array of bullets being fired, I think in just under 2 hours, only 3 guns in the entire film actually run out of ammunition. Other than that, it's like a video game. They have infinite ammo.
Weird.
And that's what made me laugh. So I think you'll get a kick out of that. It's entertaining. I wouldn't say if you go into it expecting the same caliber from Gareth Edwards as The Raid 1 and 2, you're going to hate the heck out of this movie because it's nowhere near the same caliber. But if you go into it just for mindless, almost 90s style, ridiculous action,
yeah,
you'll probably find it entertaining. So
okay, that's actually
definitely
still
worth
pretty
a watch.
cool, you would say.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the last thing that I watched was Curiosity finally got the better of me. And I was like, all right, I need to know what the hype of this show is. And so I started watching You.
Okay. Yeah.
And I
Because
went
you watched
into
the
it
first
having...
season of that, I think.
Okay.
Maybe more.
I had no clue what the show actually was about. I was just, you can't go anywhere without seeing something about it. And I was like, all right, I have to see what the hype is. I've only made it like 3, maybe 4 episodes in so far. And I might get flack for this, but I'm like, I think American Psycho did a way better job of like the inner monologue and creepy stalker dude. So far I don't see the hype, but yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I don't know anything really about it other than that guy. I think that guy was on Gossip Girl, as far as I know. But all I know is that, yeah, he's like a serial killer guy. That's it. Cool.
Well, that would be a spoiler for me. 'Cause
Spoiler
so far
alert.
He's just like stalking this chick. So.
Well, someone's going to get murdered, I'll tell you that right now.
Well, I'm going to assume that someone dies because I know he's been painted as like one of the better villains in the last like 5 years or something. When did you start? I don't really care. Anyway,
Yeah, I don't know how many seasons there are. I just know there was a new one recently. I watched 3 things. I watched 2 things. One is really, really good. One really, really was not good.
If you say something like Love is Blind, I'm just going to shake.
Love is Blind is always good, but not for any reason that I think you will ever care about. So I watched Steven Soderbergh's Presence that came out earlier this year, which is the point of view ghost story where the camera is basically the perspective of the ghost in this house, and this family moves in. Lucy Liu is the mom, which was fun seeing Lucy Liu in a movie again. I haven't seen her in a long time.
Yeah.
And Steven Soderbergh makes great movies. Ocean's 11, Contagion, Logan Lucky, love all of his movies. This movie sucked balls, though, just so you know. So the movie is just, I guess the trailer was very misleading as well, but it's not...
Okay.
It's not always bad when a trailer is misleading, because when we went and saw It Comes at Night, that movie is very different than how it was promoted, but it ended up being one of my favorite movies of all time, and I still think about it all the time. This movie, just the way that it was done, where there's not much going on. I was initially interested in the perspective of the ghost being the camera and the thing, but as soon as it starts kind of trying to interact with the family, the way it chooses to interact and the way that it's portrayed with like just this camera vibration happening, I was very much not into it anymore. And my wife agreed, and I think that it wasn't interesting, and it just felt like a waste of time, and seeing the ending and the payoff was not really payoff at all. And the trailer makes it seem like it'll be like a horror movie or actually scary, and it's really just a ghost meandering around and a moody teenager who has problems, but then the villain is not very good either. So I did not like Presence one bit. I'm sure somebody out there will like it, but it just wasn't the vibe that I would have cared for in the movie.
That's fair.
And then, but I did watch a great movie. We watched It's What's Inside from last year. It was a Netflix movie, I think. It's really amazing.
My gosh, I forgot. I watched that movie a long time ago.
Oh yeah? It was really, really cool and really, really interesting. So it kind of feels like a Black Mirror episode, but drawn out, where this guy works at like some tech company, and he brings this device to a party with a bunch of old friends and connects it, and then they could basically switch consciousness. So my consciousness would go into your body and your consciousness would go into my body, and we would interact with each other but seeing the other person, and they just play like a game with each other. And I loved the editing of it and the style of it. I loved the kind of fun, frantic nature of it. It's kind of a comedy, but also kind of very serious. And then I just love how far it went and the stakes that it sets, and it was really, really fun. Really cool movie. I would definitely highly recommend it if you like Black Mirror but want it to be kind of a little more fun. I think It's What's Inside. It's like what Bodies should have been, where it's like, oh, it's younger, kind of a horror movie, kind of fun movie, but Bodies was very meh.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of.
It's What's Inside is just like way up here, though. I thought it was really cool, and I loved all of the different actors and characters that they all played. They did a good job being the other people, and you're trying to like figure out who's in this person right now. It was really interesting. And then I did watch a couple episodes of the new Black Mirror season. Speaking of Black Mirror, so far it's pretty good. I liked the first episode quite a bit. It helps that I like Rashida Jones, and I like that Irish guy who's from the IT Crowd and Bridesmaids, and he's in a lot of stuff. I like him a lot, but I don't know his name.
Doesn't it start with like Chris O'Dowd or something like that?
Yeah, that sounds a lot like his name, probably. Yeah, I like him a lot. So they're a couple, and it's really funny that it's all about a subscription service that gets increasingly more expensive and also increasingly lower quality, and it's on Netflix, which I guess right what you know, Netflix. And then the second episode was also very interesting, kind of maybe the most out there sci-fi story that they've done so far, but I still have reservations because I feel like last season I really only liked the first episode. I felt that it was like the best, and then all of the other episodes were either okay, or there were several episodes where it felt like someone who has no idea what Black Mirror is making this. So I'm hopeful for the rest of the season, but I will let you know how it goes.
Man, I haven't watched Black Mirror in years. Yeah.
I don't even know when the last time they had a season was, but
they have like 5 seasons now, right?
7 is the one that just came out.
Okay. Well, I haven't watched it since like COVID, like the initial shutdowns during COVID. Yeah.
20.
I think that was like season 3 when that came out.
Season 5 is 2019. Season 4 is 2017.
Oh, that's right, because they only do like 4 episodes a season.
Yeah, it's like, I think 5 episodes. Season 6 was 2023, so it's been 2 years since the last one.
Okay. Well, I never saw that last one.
Okay.
What was the season? You know what season it was? It was the one with the Bryce Dallas Howard one, where
that
they
was
pay
really
with
early. That was
the currency of their... Oh, okay. Well, that was the last one that I watched.
Okay. That's when they first
Maybe I
started.
binged it during COVID then. Anyways.
That could be. Did you see the one with Jesse Plemons where it's like a Star Trek thing?
No.
Okay, that's season 4. It also has the mom from How I Met Your Mother. That's season 4 from 2017. So you've got a lot of seasons out there if you ever get interested again.
Yeah, I'll take it.
But also you can skip season 6 because it fucking sucks. And I don't think season 5 was very good either from what I remember. Black Mirror fell off. But hopefully it's back. I'll let you know.
Okay.
All right.
I'll take your word for it. All right, let's do this. Okay.
I guess I did watch something else new. I watched the Continental.
Okay, I'm sorry. There you go. Good segue. Look at you.
We can feed into this by saying I watched the Continental for this episode. I know all about the backstory of Winston and Sharon. I don't know how you say his name, but Lance Reddick's character.
4 movies and a prequel series, and you still don't know his name is Sharon. Okay.
Sharon. That's all I said. Sharon.
Sharon?
I know that their backstory and how they become friends and how Winston becomes the manager of the New York Continental and how I know a bunch of stuff that you don't know, so I'm happy to share my knowledge on this episode. So we're going to talk about John Wick and the whole world of John Wick and the deep lore of John Wick and all of the great things we love about how it got made, how it became the most consistent and most successful action franchise of all time, how it almost never happened, and also what you can expect, what you want to keep in mind going into seeing Ballerina, which is about to come out in a week, and all of the other tidbits and conjecture we can come up with for the other spin-offs that are coming after that. So I have some strong opinions, and I imagine you probably do as well.
Yeah.
And we will share those with you now. So I think we'll do at the top a little just general conversation, and then we'll get into deep spoilers. I think the reason you would listen to this is for spoilers, that you're like, I don't want to watch all 4 movies and a 3-episode TV show, but every episode is an hour and a half. I think you would rather listen to this podcast, which will probably end up being about 2.5 hours long, and get caught up. And so we will be sharing spoilers of all the things you need to pay attention to. But before that, we could say, if you haven't seen John Wick...
being said, you should still watch John Wick, because the 4 movies really are that good. They are worth the investment of time into enjoying them.
We will never do them justice because they're phenomenal.
It's true. They are incredible. It is.
I rewatched them all, and I'm just sitting there thinking, these are all 10 out of 10 movies for me, which is weird because every movie is better than the last movie. And so I'm like, if John Wick is a 10 out of 10, then how is John Wick Chapter 2 a 10 out of 10? It's just because the scale doesn't go higher, I guess. And it continues.
They just stay very consistent. They know the formula, they know how to tell the story, and it works. But it's
also not the same thing again. It's familiar and everything that you want and everything you expect, but every movie expands your horizons and explodes the scope of the world around it every time, which is so exciting. That you have more to learn and more to get invested in. For a series that started out with very minimal story, very intentionally minimal story, it has grown to be one of the richest and most deep lore movies that I can even think of. Since I was trying to think, I was like, since maybe the first Star Wars is like, let's make a movie with a bunch of weird, interesting, new stuff that is also accessible, and then build on it and build on it and build on it, and it just becomes this massive thing.
I do think it's interesting how all the little lore things about it hardly ever actually get full on explained. Mm-hmm. But you might have a good point there, Jake, because I feel like no one's ever gotten caught up in overly, assessing the lore. It's just kind of like, oh, this makes sense, and I have no reason, like no idea why, but this makes sense. This fits, this tracks. Like, even, meeting the elder, and you're like, we're in the desert, in the other side of the world. This makes sense. I get it.
Yeah.
No, you don't. You just...
Yeah, it's such an interesting thing, because I was trying to... Every time I watch these movies, I just kind of let it flow over me, and I like it. It feels good. It's so paced so well, and it's crazy. The first movie is a tight hour and 40 minutes, and everything moves. But the whole series, that just feels like everything moves so consistently, and you don't even notice that the 4th movie is almost 3 hours long. It's like 2 hours and 50 minutes long, and you have no idea, because you're just in it.
Quick.
It does. But I feel like I was trying to focus on why the different pieces work so well, and it is a stark contrast between all of the action is very grounded and realistic, and more realistic than Havoc, where nobody's reloading guns and nobody's using cover and whatever. It's still all of the martial arts is way more realistic. Everything is shown in a way that it's, big picture, broad images that everybody can see all the action. All the performers are doing it for real, and so you can just... You see it all and you believe it all, that it's all real. Everybody's actually doing those things. And all of the logic is there, and he reloads his guns and he needs to do all these things. But then there's this whole fantasy side, which is so kind of out there, like you were saying, that you're like, I don't know, the Elder and the High Table and all of this stuff, it can get more complicated, but it is kind of a rich fantasy world in a way at the same time. And I think it works because they married the two, the very realistic and the very fanciful worlds together. It's a very cool combination.
Well, I think it was something, I've watched the 4 movies a couple, done the marathon a couple times now. And there's something about every time I watch that first one where I'm like, it feels like its own movie while you're watching it.
Mm-hmm.
But then when you binge all 4 of them, the moment you kick part 2 in, you're like, oh, it tracks right into it. Like they did this nice, smooth, transition. There's not too much time has passed from the first night to the second, or from the first movie to the second movie. I think it's like a week or just a couple days.
Mm-hmm.
And you can only tell that because the cuts on his face are, kind of healed up a little bit. And you're like, oh, he looks good again. It's gone in 2 minutes, which is one of my favorite details about the whole franchise is he is beat up and exhausted the entire franchise.
Mm-hmm.
Like anytime he's like looking slick and healthy, it doesn't last. I actually really respect that they pay attention to the details of that.
Mm-hmm.
But there's watching that first movie, even before he digs up the chest of coins and guns and the suit, before all that, the moment you see the tattoos on his back in the shower, there's something where it's like tattoos have always been used in movies to, ooh, this character's going to be edgy. But I remember seeing the tattoos on his back and almost having that instant understanding of like, oh, there's a lot here. Just the style of the tattoo. You're like, oh, there's like super deep background. We know going into the first one, he's a hitman who hasn't been an assassin for a while now. His wife is dead, battled cancer. But you see the tattoos and it's almost like you instantly just, oh, he's got a hyper violent. And they haven't even explained anything about him yet.
You haven't seen any weapons on screen yet.
Let alone just
anybody get hurt.
Like, I totally get he would probably viciously kill people, and then 10 minutes later, you see him viciously killing people. And I still claim John Wick, the franchise, could have just been, like, titled, Keanu Reeves shoots a guy in the face 20 times. Keanu Reeves shoots 2 guys in the face 20 times, kills a dude with a pencil. The third one... The double taps or the quadruple taps or the, is so awesome.
Yeah.
It's excessive, but you never judge it. It fits into the character, like not just the character of John Wick, but everybody that's doing these styles of kills. It fits that they're not just going to make sure the target is gone. They're actually eliminating any possible threat.
Right.
I love it.
Yeah, and it speaks to that realism where it's not as quick or simple as most movies make it out, where someone gets stabbed with a knife and they're like, oh, I'm dead. And then they're just, no. In this movie, if you get stabbed and you're lying on the ground, John Wick knows you're not dead yet, and he's going to make sure you're dead and shoot you a couple more times as he's leaving the room.
He's going to shoot you a handful of times. He'll probably empty the clip, actually. So
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's just so great how they are able to express who John Wick is as a character with so little information, so little background, especially in that first movie, that whether it's the tattoos on the back, and even though none of it's in English and you don't really know what it says, but there's also still, even though they didn't foresee there being a whole franchise here and they didn't need all of this deep lore yet, they're just like, let's put some interesting things in and see where it goes, but it all ties in, and they were very intentional with the things that mattered, and part of the things that mattered was who John Wick is and why he is the way that he is. And I think that the reason that it was so successful, that first movie, even though it barely got off the ground, even though it barely got made, it's because of the hard work that they put in preparing for it, the hard work that Keanu and the whole stunt team put in choreographing it and learning the moves and being prepared for all of those scenes, and the directors filming it in a way that a actual action person, a stunt performer, stunt director would do. All of that translated so well as, like, because action movies had been hurting for such a long time that they had just kind of gotten dull, they had gotten mundane and cliche and all of that stuff. And then John Wick came in and nobody expected it, but it kind of completely revitalized movie making and action movie making in particular.
It's something to be said, and I know you and I have said this a few times. I think it's really interesting that Keanu Reeves has 2 action franchises under his belt that did the exact same thing to the action genre as it was kind of like exhausted out. You know, he comes along, he plays his character, and people are like, oh my gosh, this is new and awesome. And they change how they make the movies. John Wick comes out. It's exactly like the movie, by all purposes, should never have been released, let alone been successful.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I'm a huge fan of the franchise, but when you look at the hoops they had to go through, if it hadn't been for, of all people, wasn't it
Eva Longoria? Yeah.
To be like, yeah, I'm going to make this movie. Or like, I'll put the money up for this movie. Like,
yeah, they were running out of time. They were like 24 hours away from shutting down the production before it even got off the ground. And then Eva Longoria from Desperate Housewives, who's like, I would really like to start trying to invest in movies. I don't know what to do or where to put my money. She just like decides to bet on John Wick, of all things, and saves the entire production by investing like $6 million.
And then all of a sudden, this little movie just revitalizes the action genre and changes the action genre again. Maybe not like as wide of a scope as, let's say, the first Matrix did, but it shifted how action is filmed. It shifted how Hollywood is approaching action movies now, which I think we needed. I do. I think we need it. And it's crazy because I watched all 4 movies and I still laugh because I'm like, there's only a couple movies that actually match the energy and excitement and like investment in the action genre. Even now, as other movies have been trying to replicate it. And what's funny is a couple of them aren't even English. So
I was thinking of the Raid and Raid 2 mostly.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's such a shocking franchise that never should have really had any success, and now it's just like the world needs John Wick.
Yeah. It feels like Keanu Reeves is the hero we needed to save the action genre twice, and we'll never be able to say thank you enough to him. And then it also feels like, it seems like, it's weird. I feel like the first John Wick is such a classic revenge story, but it's also kind of grown into it has roots that are very based in classic literature and epic stories, and like Odysseus and the Odyssey or Dante's Inferno or all of these kinds of movies. He's a similar sort of protagonist who has to kind of travel through hell to reach his goal, and has such a dark past, but he's tried to elevate himself above it. And so you get invested in it, and you get invested in him from his relationship with his wife, and they also break the cardinal rule of never shoot the dog. And spoiler alert for John Wick 1, the dog dies.
Technically, they still don't shoot the dog. I mean, the dog dies off screen, so off camera, but you hear the thump or the stomp, and then you see the body. And yeah, that's like, yeah, it's even knowing it. It's still like, ooh, I can't wait for you to shoot this guy.
Right. Yeah, it was interesting. Actually, I have this book, stand by, that I forgot I had. And I have had it forever and I never read it. And then in this last week or 2 weeks doing prep for this, I realized that I had it. And it's the You Shouldn't Have Killed His Dog, the John Wick, a completely uncensored ass-kicking oral history of John Wick. And every time I was like going online and looking at Wikipedia or looking at the John Wiki, if you're into wiki-related things, there's the John Wick fandom wiki called John Wiki, which is hilarious. Every time I was like, oh, that's an interesting thing, and I would look at the credit for it, and I was like, from the book, You Shouldn't Have Killed His Dog. And I was like, I fucking have the book right here. I should have just read it.
See, Jake, there is merit to reading books.
Books are good. Reading is good. Even if, I know. I'll get around it. I don't remember where I was going with that. Just that, what was I saying? John Wick is a badass person. And I don't remember.
Reading is good. John Wick is awesome.
But the stories themselves, the stories in the first movie and then kind of how it grows over time, is based a lot in classic epic stories or Christian epics or samurai lore or European folk tales. There's a lot of going back to the fantasy element of the story. The folk tales or like the Baba Yaga and Boogeyman and all the things that they bring up throughout is so kind of dark and mysterious, which is such a perfect fitting combination with the dark and mysterious criminal underworld that they have in the movies. And so it just seems like the style works so well. And I think that's partly what they nailed in the first one that they just continue to build on, is that the style of how it looks and how it moves, and then also how the character himself is relatable. We were talking about the dog. I finally got back to what we were talking about. He's relatable because of his obvious love for his wife, and then also his connection to this dog and how he was trying to grieve his wife through the love for this dog that gets taken from him. Because John Wick as a character is so relatable, even though he's done horrible things in his life, and he would admit that as well, that he's not been a nice man, and even for that reason audiences relate to him as a protagonist so completely and pretty instantly. And it's not like your typical action movie audiences. I think that that obviously dudes are into these movies, but I see a lot of ladies who are like generally not interested in action movies, and especially shoot 'em up, beat 'em up action movies, which John Wick very much is. They're very still interested in these movies in a way that they aren't in others, which is interesting.
Well, I think it's because his story is, it's like a fresh take on the hero's journey, and it focuses almost solely on the redemption aspect of it, because this is, John Wick has been retired for, I think it's 7 years at the start of the first movie.
Yeah, I think that's right.
He comes back into this world not to actually be in it again, but because he's like, I've been pushed too far, they gotta pay. But I think what's interesting is everyone warns him throughout the first movie as he's kind of coming back into it, of like, the common theme through all 4 movies is consequences. Mm-hmm. That's like, from the get-go, they're telling him, have you actually thought about what this is going to do? And I think it's such an incredible way to talk or to show redemption of, you can have these moments and then there's a fall, and then you have to kind of build back up towards your actual redemption, or like the full scale of it. And yeah, John Wick, he goes through, I don't think he really ever hits like a mountaintop. He stays pretty low for all 4 movies, actually. It's not until it's, sunrise.
Yeah, it feels like in the first movie, he's obviously very low because his wife just died, and then there's a small little peak where he gets the dog, and then he loses the dog and goes even lower.
And then it's a steep drop.
Yeah, and then it's just vendetta the entire movie until the end. But that first movie, it does feel like it is a perfect standalone movie on its own. They don't need a sequel. You don't even think about the fact that he doesn't have his car back until the second movie starts, and you're like,
I know, and you're
what's
like,
happening?
Oh, yeah,
he's getting his car back. Amazing. Yeah, you're like, hell yeah, let's do this. And then he gets his car back, and you're like, great, this is done. That's kind of his highest point of the entire franchise, is he's gotten vengeance. He has a new lovely dog. Yeah, the car is in his driveway. It's completely bent to shit, and it's going to take 20 years to rebuild, but he has it in his possession at least. That's the best moment he's had in weeks, basically, and the best moment he'll have for the next, 6 months, because the next 3 movies, it's all downhill from there.
It's pretty exhausting, which is another detail. You were talking about how they ground the franchise pretty well with the fighting and, the gunfights and just the characters themselves. I think it's one of the best details is you actually see John Wick and even the people he's fighting tired.
Mm-hmm.
Like the times, I think it's the 3rd movie during the big glass room fight where he literally does the like give me a minute. Like, let me get up. And like, I love that. I'm like, you know what? I think it's fantastic because the reality is 4 movies that feel like they have spanned over years because it took 10 years to make all 4, right?
Oh, yeah, just about.
But the timeline of it is actually like a week and a half or 2 weeks of the actual story of John Wick, which is kind of crazy to think of, when, especially after you've seen all 4, because you're like watching the first movie going, wow, in your timeline, the next week you're going to be coming back and things are going to be a little sideways for everybody. So I think that's such a great detail to remember, and it adds to the exhaustion that he would obviously be feeling at that point of just like, I don't get to sleep. I don't get to just relax in the Continental now because I'm excommunicado.
Right. Yeah, I think that's John Wick's superpower, is just the ability to keep moving and keep going in the face of so much exhaustion, so much pain, so much all the stuff. He just keeps moving forward, which is so exciting and admirable. Yeah, what you were saying there reminded me of something I thought of this last week, because the only other major action star, or not really a franchise, but I guess he's a franchise in and of himself, that has done that, of shown exhaustion, show the pain that you feel during the fights, show all this stuff, and you don't have to be like this big tough action hero. You can be this guy who's actually getting beat up and getting hurt and all this stuff, and the audiences will actually care more, is Jackie Chan. Jackie Chan movies do that very, very well. And the John Wick movies reminded me of his movies so much, in the sense that they don't rely on a lot of camera trickery or quick cutting or anything to make it exciting. It's just, let's just bring the camera back, show everything on screen, and show everything happening. And Jackie Chan and all the other performers are actually doing it for real, basically, so that you can capture it that way. You don't have to do a lot of fake outs or stunt doubles, step-ins, or things like that. So since all of those movies, I'm sure, were very inspirational. There were a lot of inspirations that go into John Wick, but it feels like kind of the next evolution of that style of filmmaking, which it feels like everybody should do. It feels like such an obvious and effective action and stunt action idea, but I think people don't, because even though it looks very simple, the camera's not doing a lot of extra movements. There's not multiple cameras often. It's really, really hard to get right, because everybody has to have the skill, everybody has to be prepared, have to have the time to choreograph and all that stuff.
The attention to the detail in all of the stunts, it has to be on point, and you can tell that it, like, because the stunts continue to escalate. It's like a Tom Cruise movie, but not, where you're just like, you know, in one movie it's just fight choreography with some like car maneuver stuff, you know, in the first movie. The second movie, it's more fight choreography, but now it's a little bit bigger scale. Now you're including different settings, different backdrops, and then the third movie and the fourth movie add escalators and staircases and multi-level body drops and horses and fighting on motorcycles, and it just keep escalating. And the dogs.
Yeah.
The attention to the detail of the stunts, I think, is so vital to it. And I love that you compared it to watching old Jackie Chan movies, because it really is like, no, we're not going to rely on post-production to, you know, clean everything up. We're just going to do it right, and it'll be on screen. Like, check out the stunt work.
Yeah, I think that in making that first movie, it's obvious that Chaz Stahelski and David Leitch, who co-directed it, who have stunt backgrounds, worked on all the Matrix movies, worked on tons of action movies in the past, worked with Keanu Reeves well, and know him well. They all just came together and said, you know, shaky cam and CGI action movies are not it, and they're not working, and we're not going to do that. And they understood that if we're going to make an action movie, we focus on the action, have these fantastic stunt sequences, and that's the focus of the movie, and then we'll weave in this story to keep things moving. But that's what we really need to focus on, is doing the stunts right, doing the action right, filming it in a way that audiences can see what's happening and be invested, and it worked completely. And I'm glad
It
that they
really does.
have kept doing that. And I think it shows that it is the most consistent franchise of horror movies that I think I've ever seen, that all have the same high 7.4 rating. It's a billion-dollar franchise already, and it's just, I have high hopes for it to continue because the lore is there, and we'll get to all of the lore and the mystery and stuff as well. But I also think as soon as you take away those visionaries of knowing what it is and how to do it,
Right.
it's very easy to stop seeing the character for what he is and why people connect to him, and stop seeing the action for why it works, and just start seeing it as a property and start putting out more things. And if as soon as that vision or passion is given to somebody else who doesn't share it, it can just fall apart so fast. So I'm grateful that we have what we have so far, and even if that's all we ever get, that's as good as it is. I'm completely
It's
content.
one of those things where unless Ballerina just completely throws away everything from, like, everything that you just said, if Ballerina ends up trying to be kind of too much of its own thing or taking away the established world, especially with John Wick being a part of it, I do have some reservation, a little hesitation on it, just because I am worried that someone's going to be, let's turn John Wick into Star Wars, where we'll have 100 spin-offs.
Right.
And it's like, let's not. Maybe we just enjoy what we have.
Yeah. Or Yellowstone.
Or they could blow us out of the water
apart.
and Ballerina. Yeah, I am hoping that Ballerina is respectful to the property, because I don't think anyone's treated it as a cash grab yet. But, the older these guys get, the further away they're going to step from the franchise. And I dread the day that they're going to be like, John Wick reboot.
Yeah, that would be dreadful.
I dread that potential day. I think it's also really funny. These are, for 4 movies, they are among very rare company, for me at least, where each installment has a kill or 2 or an action sequence or a couple that get me to audibly respond to watching it every time I watch the franchise.
Yeah.
Not many action movies do that. Not many, like, every genre. Very rarely do movies get me to be like, or, respond. But John
Even
Wick,
horror movies for me, there occasionally will be one I'm like, oh, wow, I can't believe you went there.
right. But for the most part, you're kind of like, yeah, I know what you're doing. Yeah, all right, that was cool. Yep. But John Wick, there's something about, and it's like very specific little moments that they'll just kind of throw in there, and they don't focus on it. It's always very fast.
Yeah.
But they, one of them in the first movie, it's actually during the first big fight in his house, where he throws the guy onto the counter and then snaps his neck backward. He, like, punches him in the face to break his neck, and they move on from it. It happens like that.
Yeah.
But every time I watch that first movie, I get excited for that moment, and then it's gone. I'm like, God, it's just the best. It's just the best.
Yeah. The third one I think has the most of those for me, because it's like where he kills the giant with the book is one.
Dude,
and
the
then
book is so good.
Actually, there's a couple of book moments in that first fight where there's the one where he, like, puts his neck on it, and then of course the one where he puts it in his mouth. And then when they're in that display case is with the knives, and he starts pushing it toward that guy's eye, and you just know, you've seen a million movies, it's a cliche that he's gonna, like, get really close and it's gonna be slightly uncomfortable, and then he's gonna get himself out of it. But in John Wick 3, he does it, and he just slowly goes straight into his eyeball, and you're like, this is so gross, but I'm so here for it.
But that's the kicker, is that one is, like, you hear the squelching of the eyeball, and then it's like a slow body fall.
Yeah.
And you're like, for me, on that same scene, it's the axe to the dude's head. Like, John Wick is in the background, and you just see him just so disheveled and exhausted, and he just picks up the axe and just heaves it into the dude's head and moves on with the rest of his day. That whole sequence in that weapon store cracks me up.
Yeah, it's like
just
antique
they
weapons.
keep shattering the glass and just throwing glass shards and knives at each other. Like, that's just what we're gonna do.
Yeah, and I just love the
So
realism of it, that so many of the knives bounce off of them because like the hilt hits them instead of the blade. And it's just so realistic that you never see a movie like that. Every time somebody throws a knife in a movie, it perfectly sticks in every time.
Yeah.
And not in this movie. It's like, yeah, they get a lot of them in because they're experts, but a lot of them they don't. And it's just like,
A lot of them just
I'm
bounce
throwing
off
shit
or
at
are
the
not.
wall.
Yeah, they're not all the kill shot that you're expecting. It's just, yeah, it cracks me up that
so
every
cool.
time I watch this franchise, I still get excited for certain sequences and still physically react to them because they're just so well written. They're so well done. And I'm just like, this is just the most fun franchise. It's one of them. It really is.
It really is. It's weird to think about what it would be if it was released on its original title, Scorn. How terrible of a name is Scorn for this movie franchise? I'm grateful that Keanu Reeves kept referring to it as the John Wick movie, and everybody's like, "Yeah, I guess we could just call it that."
Dude, you know,
even for that first movie,
it goes through my
taking
head.
the franchise out of it. What?
Two things go through my head when you say Scorn and then making a franchise out of it. First off, Scorn is way too close to Scarn, which for Office fans would know Michael Scarn is the name of Michael Scott's
Agent Michael Scarn.
Agent Michael Scarn. Yeah. And so had they called it Scorn, I can only imagine all of the Office mixed with John Wick memes we would have gotten. So maybe we did miss out on something potentially great.
That would be epic. Yeah.
But then you said, turn it into a franchise. And the next thing that went through my head was the, from Tropic Thunder, the Scorcher franchise stuff. Now he's killing people again. And again. And again.
I mean, that is what this franchise is.
It is what it is, but that's what went through my head when you were like, turn Scorn into a franchise. I saw Scorcher, but it was Scorn. Like, oh... We never would have gotten 4 movies.
No, it works so good.
Well, tell me, I guess briefly-ish, because I know you're excited to get into the lore.
Yes.
Tell me about the Continental. 3 episodes, hour and a half each.
Okay. Yes.
You had Mel Gibson, right? But he's not Winston. He's like the previous manager.
Correct. He's the old manager of the Continental, and the premise is that somebody steals one of the coin presses that they use to mint all of the coins from the Continental and the high table and all of that stuff. Somebody steals one of those, and apparently it's ancient. And so it's Mel Gibson's character's job to get it back because he was like watching it. It was in his vault or something. And so it's his responsibility to get it back. And so he gets all these assassins to try to hunt down the guy that stole it. And then Winston it kind of takes place in the 70s. It's pretty cool style. It's kind of like if American Gangster and John Wick had a baby together, which is kind of a cool thing. Okay. And Winston is maybe in his 20s for most of the time, 20s, 30s maybe. But it also does some flashbacks to the mid-50s when he was a kid, because he and his brother were getting into trouble and working for Mel Gibson's character when they were like kids, and he kind of got him into some trouble and all this stuff. And so kind of got him familiar with the life of crime and all of this. And so that's basically the whole series, is kind of Winston coming back to New York and trying to figure out where this thing is and help his brother out, and then he ends up trying to take over the Continental and become Mr. Manager. And I think it's a good series. I wasn't quite sure how it would feel being a Peacock show, if it would be like a network TV NBC show, or if it would be like an actual, because it's on streaming, if it would be more adult. And it's definitely more adult. I think there's one booby scene with some sexy time happening, but the rest of the time the action does feel pretty John Wicky.
There's one,
it does feel like John Wick, the booby scene.
Baby
I don't know why I sound like I was like 12 years old talking about boobs.
Booby scene.
But John Wick, shut the fuck up.
I can't help it, dude. The way you said it was so ridiculous.
It was pretty bad, I admit it. I own that for sure. The action does feel like John Wick, and it feels like not quite at the same caliber of choreography and performance and all of that stuff, and it is maybe a little bit more obvious that in some scenes that the shots are like the blood spray is CGI, or even muzzle flashes at times obviously are CGI. They're just a little less polished than a movie would be, but overall it's definitely quality and good and interesting. I didn't love the guy that plays Winston as much. He didn't feel like Ian McShane, like a young Ian McShane to me. I can't picture him saying Jonathan, but I did like his relationship with Sharon, and I did like how he kind of ascends and becomes the manager of the hotel, and then you kind of get an idea of why he's in charge of, responsible for minting and circulating new coins. You see that beginning in chapter 2. And so I think it's a good additional spin-off for the show, that if you like John Wick and you like this stuff, it's fun and worthwhile to watch, but it also doesn't feel like Marvel or Disney where it's like you have to watch this in order to be ready for the next movie, and you have to consume 100 hours of content before you can even try to watch the next movie. It doesn't feel like that at all. It's just kind of an extra fun thing that fleshes things out a little bit more, but isn't the most necessary. There is some interesting stuff with the high table in it, though. That's kind of one of my favorite things of the movies, and it does flesh that out a little bit more. There's a lady who's kind of the main emissary of the high table, and she's got this really cool mask on her like lower mouth covering up something underneath, and you don't know what it is till the end, and it's really interesting and really cool stylized. And they talk about how the high table has existed since is older than the Roman Empire and all of this stuff, and so it's a cool little entry. I think it's worthwhile if you're into it, and it's just a limited series, and so I think it gets the job done. It's pretty cool.
Okay. Well, that's cool. I'm glad to hear that it's done in a way where, like, if you don't watch it, you're missing out on important key things, and it's treated more as, like, in addition to, where you're not going to lose something, especially because it came out right before Chapter 4 released, didn't it?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
That sounds right.
So it would make sense to not try to suddenly be like important plot moments that, fit with John Wick when the franchise has already been established. It should be treated as the bonus material.
Yeah. And I also appreciated that they didn't spend a ton of time winking at the audience, being like, here's this John Wick thing that you remember. They maybe do that once, in the sense that his car, what I'm pretty sure is his car, does make an appearance. But it also makes sense because he drives a 1960 Ford Mustang Mach 1, I think it is. And so because it takes place early 70s, one of Winston's friends lends it to him. And so you can kind of extrapolate from there. Well, maybe John got that car from Winston as some sort of a gift or some sort of a thank you at some point.
Well, that would make sense when you consider the final line of Chapter 4.
Yeah, there's a handful of things in Chapter 4 that may relate to Winston being more closely aligned to John's family, which is interesting. Yeah. So beyond that, I would say you want to talk about all 4 movies and a little more in depth. Yeah, let's
do it.
Maybe go front to back, John Wick 1 to Chapter 4. Talk spoilers, talk important things you need to keep in mind, and try to gush on some action sequences at the same time.
Well, let's do it.
I love the introduction of the first one and just how everybody kind of knows that he's a famous assassin. Everybody's like, are you working again, John? That's just one of my favorite little hints, I think, at who he is and what he was.
Well, I love that instead of trying to start this story from the beginning, we're actually introduced to the world like a long time after the ending. So his career's done. He's been married. He's been out of it. We don't know how he got out of it. We learned that in the second movie. But, well, actually, they still only allude to it. They never actually tell you how John got out. You just know he had help. But that second movie, I lost what I was saying. My brain just totally quit on me.
I think they mentioned he had an impossible task, but I think that's about it.
Right, but you don't get the details on it. But that's what I was saying. I love the fact that they drop you into this world. Like, basically, John Wick Chapter 1 through 4 is the epilogue of John Wick's actual story, or like his previous story.
Yeah.
Which I think is an interesting approach.
Yeah, his assassin career.
Yeah.
Right.
But I do love
some
how
guy who's retired.
Yeah, and it is awesome how everyone just knows, like, it's John Wick. Like, the first time they find out, you know, the boss finds out that it was John's car that was stolen, and his only response is, and then hangs up the phone. Like,
yeah,
that's an interesting status to hit when your name is dropped and the response is, all right. Like,
yeah, they do a really good job of building up how big of a deal John Wick is, how mythological he is or legendary he is in this world, without him having to really do anything at first, and everybody just kind of tells the story of this boogeyman and the things he's done and what he's capable of, and how he's killed 3 dudes with a pencil and all of this stuff. And he's such a cool guy that you don't have to see Saul with that fucking pencil. He's such a cool guy. That would be easy to over amplify, and him, when he actually starts doing stuff, not pay off. And it still pays off that he lives up to expectations every time, or even exceeds your expectations over and over, that he does things that you wouldn't think he would be even capable of doing. And so it's I think a bold thing to upfront say that he's the most incredible thing ever, but then they put their money where their mouth is and show you that he's the most incredible thing you've ever seen. And that's, I think, partly why it's so fun.
It's also a fun little thing for me to think of when watching it, because when you remember that he's been retired for 7 years, like, obviously your body's going to kind of naturally fatigue and not be back, you know, you're not going to maintain that.
Mm-hmm.
So watching him and then thinking, like, this is him not prime.
Right.
Which means, as all these people are getting shots on him and, like, wearing him out, I mean, he's already so exhausted, but he's also just not prime. He's not peak John Wick.
Yeah.
We never saw peak John Wick.
Yeah.
And that's kind of a scary thought.
It's something that I kind of love, that most of the series he's just kind of reacting to situations that we as the audience only ever see him be an assassin and kill one person ever. And so you'll only ever see John Wick with prep time to actually plan a hit one time, and the rest of it is just kind of, and he's still been out of the game for 7 years and been back in the game a week maybe. So it definitely also speaks to, I guess, his natural talent, that it wasn't all
right.
You don't lose that as there's just something special about him, is what it kind of seems like.
Yeah, his tenacity is kind of unmatched by everybody. That first movie, man, there's something really just, it's so cool how it does feel like the standalone movie, but then the sequels don't take anything away from it. Which is very rare to happen. But one of the special things about it are the side characters in this world. You know, I love Willem Dafoe's character, who has plenty of opportunities to get the job done that he's being paid to do, but he just chooses not to. It's almost like a game for him. It's more of like, I go back and forth every time I watch that first movie, dude, where I'm like, is he protecting his friend, or is he just drawing it out because he's that kind of assassin where the chase is more fun than the actual, like, kill.
Yeah.
Which I kind of, this last viewing, I'm more on that end where I'm like, he's just playing with him, like. But I
get the impression that he would want to do it in the right way, and it just kind of never presents that way. And every time something else happens, he's like, I would rather help this guy. Like, this isn't the way for him to go. He doesn't deserve this kind of death, so I'll help him avoid this and get him next time, kind of thing.
But I love all the side guys, because it's just, they add so much depth to this world. Which is achieved in such a simple way with, like, I think every side character has 2-3 scenes, minus the manager. But yeah, I mean, everyone is just they're like little garnishes, right? That just
Right.
add to it, and it's just so cool. Including I can never remember her name, but the female assassin that is okay with breaking the rules,
Miss Perkins, yeah.
Miss Perkins. Thank you.
Yeah.
Even
I always remember
like,
her as Tyra from Friday Night Lights, the show.
Yeah, okay.
Great show.
I never watched Friday Night Lights, so I don't
so
know her as
good.
Tyra. The one that always intrigues me, almost, I don't want to say the most, but there's a high, like, how do you know? Like, I want to know your guys' relationship is the bartender.
Yeah.
There's something, she has that one scene with him, but there's something about it where you're just like, well, there's something, like, I don't know if it was actually romantic, but there's something between those two that is deep.
Yeah, I definitely get that as well, and I think it may just be that actress and the look that she has that is kind of before we get into seeing all of the call center administration switchboard operator looks. She's kind of the first precursor to that, where I don't know, yeah, she is very connected with John and kind of before has, I guess, more empathy for him in the sense that she's like, you are different now since the last time I saw you, and I guess maybe wants him to not come back, but also, yeah, this feels like there's a lot more backstory between those two that we never get.
There's so much. I'm so glad you agree with that, because every time I watch it, I'm like, man, it puts me in a weird place as a fan, because I'm like, I would love to know that story. And then at the same time, I'm like, but please don't let anyone make that story, because I think they would try too hard and ruin it. Don't do it.
Yeah, I think that's a hard line to walk with John Wick in general, that there is such a deep world and there are obvious big stories that you could tell, but there are also big reasons not to pursue those stories and leave them as the mystery that they were. His impossible task being the main one that I never want to see, but I would be interested in a lot of other ones. Yeah, I feel like the cast in general is so fascinating because because the movie had such a limited budget and limited time frame, that casting for the movie was basically dependent on who is immediately available in the next couple of weeks and who is local to New York, so that they could actually be present and cheap and all of that stuff, who they could get within the budget and all of that. So it's amazing that they had Ian McShane and Willem Dafoe and a lot of big names involved. Yeah, even John Leguizamo is one of my favorites as well.
Having Leguizamo, they had the dude from Game of Thrones whose career was booming because of Game of Thrones. I think this was one of the only, outside of that series that I can't remember his name, but that was a big deal. And he's Russian.
Alfie Allen. Yeah, Alfie Allen from Theon Greyjoy.
And then you also had the dude from the Swedish Girl with the Dragon Tattoo trilogy, which I can't remember.
Is it the crime boss?
The movie's down there. Yeah, the crime boss.
Michael Nyqvist.
Thank you. And his career was huge thanks to Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. So it was crazy to see him in it. The casting choice that still makes me, every time I can't help but smile when he walks onto the screen, is they got the Allstate accident guy to play
the mayhem guy. Yeah.
Or the mayhem guy. And his ongoing gag throughout the whole movie is English. I don't speak Russian.
Yeah. I think he's the crime boss's lawyer or something, because he's very much not into all the violence and the Russian language. He's like, I just gotta be here, but also please don't get any blood on me. He's so funny. Yeah, it's that guy, and then the other, I guess there's two smaller roles, but I love them so much, is Harry, his old friend at the hotel that watches Tyra when she's knocked out. He's Clark Peters from The Wire. He's great. And then Charlie, the cleaner that comes in and picks up all the dead bodies. He's the bad guy from The Warriors. The Warriors! Yeah. He's that guy. David Patrick Kelly. He's so cool, but he's old now.
Dude, The Cleaners is... That's one of the wildest sequences to me, is the dinner reservation, and then they show up, and I just love how, evening, John, working again?
Mm-hmm.
And then we start getting the be seen used.
Yeah. Yeah, I love be seeing you as a. There's such just a undertone of a threat there that if it speaks to who John Wick is and who you'll see him more as this series progresses, which is really the harbinger of death. Like, he is the Grim Reaper basically, and so if you see him over your shoulder or appear in your house, you just know your time is up. And so for him to say "I'll be seeing you" there's a threat in there too.
I think on that note, when he goes to the club to, kill the son and all of his henchmen, douchebag dudes, which, dude, they play them up. I hate those guys from their first scene to their last. I hate them so much. And I'm like, you know what? This is a testament to the writing. They were like, how can we make these guys just so obnoxious and irritating that audiences will root for them to die? Even if they had only stolen the car. But of course they kill the dog, so you really want them to die.
And they're so entitled and it's bad.
But when John is behind the bodyguard, the bouncer, and the way he steps out of the shadow with the gun, it's such an intimidating thing. We've seen that kind of thing in a lot of other movies about assassins where they'll step out of the shadow and you're like, didn't even see you there. But there really is something to when John Wick steps out where you're like, that's what they mean by the Baba Yaga. Like, that's it. That's right there. But I love the, did you lose weight? 60 pounds. Have a good night.
Evening
I
Francis.
love the code. Yeah. Which I did read a thing where that scene really is like, it was written as code talk where he's telling him, hey, here's how many guys are inside. Here's what you're looking. Have a good night.
Interesting. Yeah, and there's very much also a code of honor that John Wick abides by, which is pretty, and a lot of the assassins do, and I think it's a good way to tell who are the good or noble assassins and who are the pieces of shit that you can't wait for John Wick to kill.
Which is funny that you would say, who's the good and noble assassin?
Because they have a code of conduct, basically, a honor among thieves sort of thing. Yeah. That John respects this guy enough, and then the guy is appreciative enough that John let him live, that they have that history. And John does that a couple of times, or different characters will do that, where it's, I respect you enough that I'm not going to kill you, or whatever. I will abide by the rules set forth, and rules are important. It's what separates us from the animals,
Until the second movie.
Yeah. Before I forget about it, you were talking about the bodyguard outside. The other bodyguard scene in this movie, which is just one of my favorite little details, like you were saying, the audible gasp of excitement when something happens, is when that guy's smoking and he covers his mouth, but the ash goes everywhere, and the cigarette goes into his mouth as he suffocates him. I'm like, that is such a cool idea. Like, it's so small, but it's so cool.
It's such a cool idea. Yeah, I love that you brought up Jackie Chan earlier. I think John Wick, this franchise, does a good job of John resorting to what's around me that I can either just throw at people, whether it's a gun in his hand or he'll break something and throw it at him or whatever. People, I love that kind of, I'm just going to use my surroundings. I don't have to rely on a gun. One of the things that I love is one of the main henchmen in the bathroom, where in the very shallow sink, the way he holds his tie and braces his face into the water just to get him panicked enough before he kills him, to me is one of those, like, it is a more brutal way to kill someone than I think our general audience mentality is thinking, because he is getting him panicked. He is like getting him more worked up, and then it's a quick kill. So it's like, you don't even actually get to just go. I'm going to, like, you are fully aware you are screwed.
Yeah. This isn't mercy. This is vengeance.
Yeah, like, you will suffer. This will hurt. I will make it hurt.
Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah, I'll do it for Daisy. Yeah, the dogs are great characters as well. Like, Daisy being a sweet little beagle puppy and having a name that's so cute, and also being a gift from his wife and meaning so much. Like, the day of her funeral, he gets home from her funeral and there's a lady comes to drop off this gift. And I was reading a thing from the writer, what's his name, Derek Kolstad, who's talking about they weren't sure if the dog was enough, like, to kill the dog, but also when they were pitching the movie around, a lot of directors that they talked to about making it said, well, it can't be the dog, we can't do that, it has to be like his whole family has to be killed, and then he goes on a vengeance. And that's just so, like, been done. Everybody's that
Right.
is, of course, the tale as old as time vendetta story. And I think that's what makes John Wick so unique, is that it is described as the movie about this guy's dog getting killed, and it goes on a vendetta run. But it's a lot more than that, in the sense that it's not really about the dog. It is about the dog, and this is what kind of what the writer Kolstad says, is you want it to be the dog who dies, but it's also the symbolism of the dog, what the dog represents to John, that it's this gift from his wife, is the opportunity to care about something else again, and
Yeah.
to grieve his wife with this dog, and then that gets taken away from him. But it's also the excuse of the dog, that John Wick didn't really need an excuse to get pulled back into this life. It's all he's ever really known, and when he doesn't have Helen as an anchor outside of that, it was probably inevitable that he would get pulled back in. And so he could easily be using it as an excuse to just say, well, I'm going back in because of this thing that happened, even though it probably would have happened regardless.
Yeah, I mean, they really explain that in the second movie, where Winston's talking to Numbnuts, and he's telling him, like, you know, I think he says, actually, like, it's not just a dog. Like, you took the only, you know, he lost the only thing that represented loving or any shred of hope again after losing the love of his life, and then you took it. Then it was taken from him, and then you blew up his house. Spoiler. So I think, yeah, it's like losing Helen. Inevitably, he probably would have made it back into the life. Not probably near in as violent of a manner, but he would have made it back. Losing the dog pulls him straight back in, and then it's vendetta, then it's excuse. I think losing the house in the second one is the final, like, yup, I guess I'm just gonna kill everybody now. Because I think that's, and not to jump
you
ahead
don't have
this early, but
don't have anything to go back to, basically. Your whole life that you knew with Helen is gone now.
Is gone, so might as well go and punish everybody that had any part of it.
I think part of the excuse is also John grieving in his own way, which is taking it out on all of those other people, because you can't hunt down and kill leukemia, but you can hunt down and kill that son of a bitch that killed your dog, you know?
That twerp that took the dog.
Yeah.
I love watching the crime boss's reactions, where it's pure fear and intimidation, but I really respect that it's like an immediate, well, I have to go on the offensive, so we're going to put the contract out. It'll be a ridiculous high contract right out the gate, because I need it to be, because he's like, John's got to die quick, otherwise he's going to destroy everything. I actually really like that. I think instead of everyone running and hiding, I think the crime boss being still very prominent throughout the whole thing. It was almost like they watched, do you remember the Punisher movie with Tom Jane, the one from 2000 something? It's almost like they took tidbits from that and were like, this is a cool idea, but maybe we can do it better, like burning all of the riches and just setting it up to kill all of his henchmen, his whole team.
Yeah.
It kind of reminds me of that, like, we can do this better. Much offense to that. That was pretty cheesy, but and then they deliver it. I love watching just the progression, the hunt.
Yeah, and it does feel like John Wick is on the hunt pretty much the whole time, even though he is reacting to things that they're doing to him, and he's still proactive in the way that he is approaching his vengeance or finding a way out. It's not, oh, I'm trying to run and hide. It's more, I need to solve this problem so that I can clear my name or get out of the situation. That usually involves finding somebody and forcing them or killing them or whatever.
Right.
And so he's always moving forward, always has this motivation and place to get, and usually a short time frame to get there. That always feels like there's a clock ticking on him, especially like in that third movie.
Oh yeah.
And fourth movie, really.
And the fourth. Oh, the fourth movie still gets to me. I find myself in the last, 10 minutes of that movie every time, or during the staircase, just being like, you gotta get up the stairs, man.
Yeah.
Come on,
it's
man.
brutal. Yeah.
I just distracted myself with my next thought. Dang it. You continue. I distracted myself.
Well, we haven't really talked about, speaking of lore things, the Continental is a big deal. So the way that, and that's mostly what's established in the first movie, is that John has these gold coins buried under his floor. I saw somebody online tried to estimate that there's maybe about 40 coins in a stack, and based on all those stacks, he's got like 960 coins under his floor. Who knows however many in other places around the world. But so these mysterious coins that he uses to pay for everything, from disposing of a body to a drink at the bar to weapons. One coin does it, basically. Access to the club, he puts one in the door and it lets him into this secret underground assassin club. And so it really seems like the coins themselves don't have a specific value, that their value is that it's basically like a business card, that I'm part of this world and I have access, and it's in exchange for a favor, basically a favor of any size. That it could be tailoring a suit, it could be getting rid of a body, it could be taking my dog to the hotel, it could be a room for a night of safety, things like that.
That's an interesting... I hadn't thought of it in terms of like that aspect of favors. Because it does come... I mean, you see gold coins and you automatically think, oh, it's currency. And it's kind of treated as currency. But as you were breaking that down, I'm like, this does feel like the gold coins are like they're like markers without the blood oath.
Right, exactly. They're less, I guess, promissory or personal, that they're just more for everybody.
Yeah.
Because they do still have money. They have, like, when you see the administration and those operators and stuff, they have money counters, and I don't think anybody's getting paid $15 million in gold coins. I think that they actually, like, make money off of their contracts and stuff. But I think that it seems like you get gold coins for doing certain things where people appreciate you, or probably if you do fulfill a contract, there's some coins in there for you. But as long as you have some coins, you can keep having access to this world and saying, I'm part of the club, I can get in the door, I can have a night of safety. But as soon as you run out of that, you're out. Like, if you run out of those things, then you can't stay at the Continental anymore.
You have no more favor.
Yeah, exactly. I saw someone online saying that because they use them for a lot of different things and the value seems to vary wildly, that you could get, several very expensive guns, or you could get a drink with a gold coin. That some people are saying maybe they are like cryptocurrency wallets that have different values in them at different times, or that given person, the value of each coin may fluctuate depending on the person that holds it. So John Wick's gold coins would be worth more than like the bartender girl that he talked to.
I can see that. I don't know if I lean so far into the cryptocurrency side of it, because as classy as the Continental and the whole assassin world seems to kind of hold themselves to, they're very old school.
Yeah.
With like the switchboard and the actual stamping of the books, the stamping of the folders.
Yeah.
And the files.
There really aren't much digitalness.
They don't seem to go the digital route, with the exception of a couple computers and like old school, cell phones.
Yeah. The computers are really old too.
I think that's one of the coolest parts of that lore of the High Table and the Continentals around the world and all that in this world, the assassin world, is they could easily be like top tier techies, but they're choosing to stay like, no, we're going to do things kind of a barter system, kind of a full on.
Yeah.
So I think the coins, I like the idea of the coins being favors, like in terms of, hey, thanks for the favor. I like the idea of who holds it is who actually determines the value. You know, John's coins are higher value than the bartender's. I think on piggybacking on that would be the person giving the gold coins out. I think it's their discretion how many gold coins to hand out, because John does just kind of toss them. There's never like a amount, you know. He gives the cleaners like 5 or 6 coins.
I think it's 12 because there's like
12
or 13 bodies in his house. Yeah.
Also, like a favor a body.
One per
that would make
person.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. For the suits in the second one, it's like his stacks vary. So I think it's kind of like he's choosing who gets how many favor, you know, thanks for the favor, thanks for the...
Yeah, I think the map maker or the archivist guy that gets him into the tunnels and stuff, he gives like 4.
Yeah.
Plus like 3 as a tip or something. But I think he gives him like a bunch of maps, and obviously that's very critical for his mission. So he's probably much more appreciative of that guy than the guy that gets him guns, because he can get guns wherever he wants, you know.
That's true. Kill a couple guys and he's got a gun. He does it for 4 movies. So
yeah. They're just falling on the floor everywhere he goes. He can have any gun he wants. Yeah, so the Continental and its rules are basically the main lore or the world building of the first movie, is that there's this hotel at the Continental. The only rule is you can't do business or kill people on company grounds. And then you see the effects of that when Miss Perkins chooses to disregard that rule and thinks she's above it, she gets excommunicado.
I love how Winston says it. Excommunicado.
Yeah.
I can't do it because I can't sound like Ian McShane, but I love the way he says it.
Yeah, he sells it in such a cool way.
He's so patient when he says it. I think that's what gets me every time, is he's just so patient with it. It's such a strange word for us, but when you see it enacted, you're like, shoot. And then it becomes central to the whole story.
Yeah, in various degrees. It's pretty crazy. And you don't really know... Like, it's cool that the Continental is a in-the-daylight hotel that anybody can go to and anybody can stay at, but there's just, if you slide a coin across the desk instead of on any other sort of reservation, they know you are treated a little bit differently, but nobody would really know it from the outside. And so it's just such a good, clear depiction of this network of assassins. And so you don't really even know who in that lounge are assassins and who of them are people on vacation, basically. And then as the series progresses, you start to see more and more. You're like, there are a lot more assassins in this world than you would think.
This is a big network. Okay.
Is there any normal people in America? Like, everybody's an assassin in New York, at least.
Everyone
it seems like
a killer?
They all do flock there. I guess when you put a $15 million bounty on somebody, or $40 million as it gets up to in later movies, it's like, yeah, everybody and their mother's going to start looking for you.
Everyone's going to come out. The amateurs of the amateurs. The
hillbillies with their blunderbuss on the porch is going to come looking for you. I would, yeah.
40 million? Man, that's a lot of dough.
I couldn't even fathom.
I know. Yeah, the Continental, I love how, I know I said it earlier, but the none of them come, well, a couple of them, but in later installments, but none of them really seem, they have like that high class kind of sense and look and dress and their attitudes, but none of them really feel entitled. It just kind of is this like, hey, we have a code, we have to live by this code. You know, it's like Winston says, you know, otherwise we're just animals. The rules set us apart. I love how clean they all actually are compared to what their work actually is, because it's pretty dirty, nasty work. So I love that contrast, that they actually hold themselves to a pretty high standard all the time.
It's a very civilized culture in a weird way.
Yeah. Even the Bowery in the second one, you know, the homeless, but when you see their actual, like, where they headquarters, I guess you could call it, it's actually all, you know, costumes, and they hold themselves pretty.
Yeah, it still dresses up in a robe and puts on some slippers when he gets home.
He still has a throne. The king!
You can't do Ian McShane, but you did a pretty good Lawrence Fishburne, I'm not gonna lie.
Was that a decent Lawrence Fishburne? All right.
Yeah, I felt
Thank
it.
you. Thank you. All right.
Yeah, I like how the rules play into the strategy, I guess, of their actions, and particularly in the second one, as it kind of expands the world, and you start to learn about the High Table and how they are above everything, and they kind of control the Continental and all of the assassins, and they kind of run the system, or they've set up the system to help the assassin network work more efficiently and control the currency and all of that stuff. They're not a government, but they're still facilitators of the system, and you must work within the system and within the rules and all of that stuff. That they have established the rules, 2 rules basically, that you can't do business on Continental grounds, and that every marker must be honored, and that they're very specific about those rules, but also, as we saw Miss Perkins break the rules in the first one and get excommunicado, it's a thing that you definitely want to avoid, especially if you're a normal person and you're not John Wick. But if you happen to be John Wick, and you happen to feel like, because I do feel like when you get to the second movie and Winston tells him, you've been presented this marker from Santino D'Antonio, and he says, you gave me this blood oath, and I helped you get out of your life. I helped you complete your impossible task. You owe me. I wasn't going to cash it in, which I don't know that I believe in, but I wasn't going to cash it in until you came back and started working again. Then he says, oh, you owe me and you have to do this. Otherwise, Winston says that the Continental's rules the consequences are to be excommunicado, but the High Table's rules for markers is much more strict and severe. And so I do kind of think that it's at that point John decides, okay, I'm going to fulfill the marker and have it cleared, that debt cleared. And then I might kill him. I might be excommunicado, because I think I could beat that rap. I think that John Wick may feel that he is capable of escaping that wrath more than the potential mysterious High Table wrath of the marker.
I don't know if I would take it so much that he thinks he can escape one fate or the other. I kind of feel that John spends the majority of the second movie, and I realize that we've kind of like, don't worry, we'll conclude part 1. But I think he spends most of part 2 kind of okay with dying. I think he's very much like, I'm going to kill as many people as possible. I will. Like, he's very confident, I'm going to kill Santino. He will die no matter what. But I think this is a weird way to put it, but his piece of dying kind of fuels his drive throughout the whole movie. I think he's very much like, I will kill everyone in my way so I will accomplish this, but I don't care if I die at the end of this. And then get to the third movie, where
do you have a moment where he decides in the third movie that he doesn't want to die? Because in the third movie, he's very much, if I die, I want to stay alive so I can remember Helen. And if I die, then her memory dies, and it's like she dies all over again.
I don't know if I'd say I have like a moment for that. I think John goes through stages of grief, not necessarily in order. I think he bounces between... Yeah, just the pure anger on top of the vengeance stuff. I think he definitely takes out his grief on everyone around him. I think the third movie is almost more vendetta, because that's when he's like, I'm really killing everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's been more personally turned against.
Yeah, I would actually almost say that moment may shift actually at the very, very end of part 2. I think Winston's hour of mercy, I think, is what changes John's mentality of, well, if I'm not going to die, then I guess I'm going to live.
Yeah.
So I guess I would actually say I think it's Winston's act of mercy that changes John's mentality, that fuels him for the third one, where he's just on a rampage for 2 hours. Yeah,
because otherwise, unless you wanted to live, why would you bother running from all of that?
Right, but he runs, literally runs. And then the fourth one, I think he kind of gets actual equilibrium and does what he does. But anyway, so the first one, he's still very mad. And...
Yeah.
I gotta say, I love how the first movie does the ending that you expect it to give you with him killing the son, but that's not the actual ending.
Right.
I love that. That, yeah, he accomplished the mission. There's more.
Yeah, you get kind of a bonus extra villain killing at the end.
Yeah, well, it's like, it's one of the best parts or pieces of writing through all 4 movies is the principle of consequences. So John kills the son, but there's still consequences. Suddenly his friend dies and the problem is not solved at that point. I think it's an important note for that movie to do. I really do. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate that very much, that running theme through the movies of rules and consequences, for sure.
And I gotta say, some people might disagree. I think you will agree with me. But you know how action movies, when you have the hero versus the villain, when the final showdown tends to be drawn out because it's the final showdown, like, this is what we've been waiting for.
Right.
I love that John Wick's final showdown with the son is a couple bullets and that's it. Just...
Yeah. He got to him, he had nowhere else to run, kills him, walks away.
Kills him and walks away. I'm like, what a... Now that's a move. That's like walk away from a giant explosion, but walk towards the camera while it's in the background. That's that kind of caliber move. That's a like...
For sure. Yeah. Yeah, even the fist fight with his dad, the crime boss, isn't that prolonged as most action movies would make it. It's like, oh, we're going to have this fight at the pier and the rain. It's going to be this big epic climax. Yeah, it's like, no, it's a couple minutes maybe.
It's a handful of fists and legs, a couple knives get thrown around, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, it's very efficient, I think, and effective overall. And when we get to the 4th movie, we'll have thoughts and opinions about how it ends and John Wick's fate and the 5th movie and all of that stuff. But I think it's important to focus on, in the first movie, the first scene of the first movie and also the ending of the first movie is him doing basically the same thing. Spoiler for the 4th movie, but John slumps over. And so you could take that either way. You could take it that in the 4th movie, he has a similar slump over, everybody assumes he's dead kind of thing. I think that if he stays dead, that's a good bookend from the beginning to the end. But also, in the first movie, you saw him kind of slump over, and then he gets up and he goes and, fixes himself up and he's fine. And so you could also say in the 4th movie, he does the same thing because he's fine.
Yeah, we'll get to that ending in a little bit.
Okay, fair enough.
But we have 2 other movies to get through.
Yeah.
Any more thoughts on part 1 before we go to part 2?
No. I think part 2 is great. It's such a step up in...
Man.
Even in just sound design in particular. Whenever I start part 2 and the motorcycle down the alleyway sound comes through... The
sound of the car chase in the city, like, as the camera's going, but you don't even see anything yet. But you can hear it.
Yeah.
It's exciting.
So good.
Like, from the get-go, you're like...
And it just feels much more richer. It's like they got a bigger budget, and all that budget went into sound design, basically. And, it does look better. It looks cooler. It's more colorful. It's a bigger world. It's more exciting and all of those things. But for some reason, the sounds of the guns, the sounds of the cars, it just sounds so good in the second movie for sure. And it all just continues. Every movie is better than the last, in my opinion.
Which is a funny thing to say because you did preface this whole thing off by saying they're all 10s, but they're all better than the previous one.
Yeah.
It makes sense. It's still funny to say.
They're all... I think that the intention of each is higher than the last one, but they all meet the intention of that one. They uphold the standard that the first one set. They don't... It's weird. Like, they all up the ante, but none of them, to me at least, none of them seem to be made in a way to outdo the previous one. It's just... Yeah. We're just progressing the story. I think that's such an easy trap to fall into, and I'm glad they don't do that.
And I don't take it as it's a franchise competing with itself. I really take it as progression in storytelling, which is a difficult thing to do, especially when you get to fourth installment. Yeah, I love the opening of the second movie with the uncle trying to explain to his guy, like, it's John Wick. And, like, he seems like the crime boss that knows when to just be like, yeah, not my day. I'm just going to sit back. Like, not my moment. We're good.
Yeah, I would like to get out of this alive, unlike my brother and nephew in the last movie. Peter Stormare is so great. I love him for sure.
Yeah, he just kind of has that, which for Keanu Reeves fans and Peter Stormare fans, it's a fun, you could say, like, fan nod, whatever, because Peter Stormare played Lucifer and Constantine, so it's fun to see them playing these.
Interact again.
Yeah, interact again, which kind of becomes like a thing with the John Wick franchise of, like,
yeah,
Keanu Reeves has his friend here. You've seen Matrix, right? Oh.
Yeah, having part 2 introduce Lawrence Fishburne again as the Bowery King, and it's just a matter of time until John Wick says, I need guns, lots of guns.
Guns, lots of guns, and all fanboys go, there it is.
Yeah, it's perfect.
It's so good. Yeah, I love how he gets his car, and it's like, all right, this feels like the conclusion of the first one. Like, sweet, the first one's now full circle into part 2, and then as you're excited he's got his car, it gets smashed to just all hell. Just, it's so, I don't care about cars. I've never been one to find the appeal in vehicles, but watching John's car get completely destroyed is like, come on.
Right. It is a very, very nice car. And also, you know how much he loves it. So it's kind of sucks that he's like, but he also, I mean, he has to use it to get out of there.
He does use it as a weapon. Yeah.
It's not like he's babying it or anything.
Right. No, he uses it as a battering ram several times. Yeah. Wasn't it the second one that they made the term, like, so the first one had gung fu, and then the second one I think was the one where they deemed it car fu as well, because of how they use the vehicles, using vehicles as weapons.
Yeah, it's particularly the way that the door is torn off, and so he's just kind of almost out there and can easily, like, step out of the car or lean out of the car and shoot, or it's such a cool way. And it's so cool seeing Keanu Reeves do all of the stunts too, that he has put in so much time, and he does all the driving, and he can drive and shoot at the same time, and he does motorcycles all the time in his, like, normal life. And so whenever I think it's in the third one, when that Japanese sushi chef guy Zero is chasing him, there's a part where he, like, runs out and he knocks off 2 guys off the bikes, and he just jumps on a motorcycle and drives off, and then you see the other guy going, and he, like, puts on a helmet, and then you're like, that's definitely a stuntman from now on, basically. But not for Keanu Reeves. Keanu Reeves is doing it for real.
That's definitely a stuntman from that moment forward.
Yeah. It's like, that's the only reason that guy would stop and put on a helmet before he chased John Wick.
That way they can cut to a stuntman. Yeah, Keanu Reeves, man, how can you not respect him? How can you not be a fan of his? The dude's dedication to his craft is almost unmatched. It's incredible.
Yeah, the amount of work that he puts in that you don't really have to do. Like, in order to be a successful actor in Hollywood, you don't have to work that hard. You don't have to put in that many months of training. You don't have to learn that many martial arts or driving or shooting techniques. But he does do it, and it pays off, not just because it looks good on camera, but because you could only make the first John Wick because you had Keanu Reeves, because he had the ability to improvise, and as stunt performers were throwing in different, like, moves or things, he could adapt in character in the scene and still get the shot. I think that Chad Stahelski said that they could film enough footage in an afternoon that other productions would take like 3 days to get, just because he's so prepared and so able to go and get it right and make it work because of his training and preparedness. It's just unbelievable.
I can't remember if it was the first or second one, but I read a thing where Keanu Reeves had like 104 fever while shooting one of the fight scenes, and they were trying to actively and forcibly get him off set to go rest and get better. But he just continued to work because he was like, no, we're going to get the shot. We're going to get the which I'm like, that's incredible. You should probably still rest if you have 104 fever. You should probably call it a day, right? I get
it's
wanting to sweat it out, but come on.
It's like the first Matrix where he broke his back and a bunch of stuff, and he's in the gym training all these martial arts, and that's why he doesn't throw that many kicks in the first movie, because he literally had to just focus on arm stuff because he couldn't move his back.
Because his body physically was like, can't do it, dude. Yeah,
he's a monster.
That second one, I love how it doesn't waste a lot of time to get you into the story when Santino shows up, and you just immediately know, like, this is bad. This is I love it when a movie introduces a villain and just them being in the shot, you're like, okay. Yep.
Yeah, I get it. You're a piece of shit.
Right, don't like you. You're going to get shot in the face by the end of the movie. Guess what?
I sure hope. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but just the way that he sucks John back in and holds his Marco rim, or it's more when John decides, okay, I'll go and visit you and actually talk to you about doing this job for you, and he's just so smug about, you can't touch me. How would you kill me? But you can't do it. And it's just
I bet you're
okay. Take this guy out.
Right, he's telling him, I bet you're mapping all the exits, trying to calculate how you would kill me, how quick, how many people you would kill before you were killed, what you would use because you don't have any guns. I love how John Wick just tells him, my hands. That's personal. That's not a quick death like John grants so many people.
Right.
That's a brute death right there. That's what that is.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, the introduction of the marker, I think, is a really interesting one, because you already have kind of an uneasiness with this underground world that's within our world. But then this idea of the marker, this blood marker, is introduced, and it's like a burden. That's not the word I'm looking for.
I mean, it's a debt, basically.
Yeah, but debt almost doesn't feel the right word either, but we'll use it because my brain's not working at the moment.
I mean, it's essentially a promissory note to the holder of it that you have done something very important for me, and I will do anything you want whenever you want to
but it's
fulfill the relationship.
It never, not when John's is introduced, and not when in the third movie when John has to present a marker to Halle Berry's character. It's always an obligation. It doesn't feel like there's actual honor in it. It feels like that gross, ooh, this is those.
You're kind of a slave to that person.
Yeah, that's the word, enslavement. That's what the marker feels like. Is the high tables form of enslavement. Is here's what is going to happen,
and it is voluntary on their part, but it's probably, I have no other options but to give you this thing that could cost me my life at some point whenever you choose to invoke it.
Their whole conversation is such an interesting one because it's all polite and full of niceties, but the whole time you just know the undertone of doom is there. And it's when they part ways, obviously you're well, that can't be, because what's going to set the movie off? But then he blows up the house. And I remember personally, when he blew the house up, I had two things go through my head first. Was John's going to lose his wife's bracelet that he was so intentional, and Daisy's collar. Those are going to be gone. And then my next thought was, oh my God, they killed the dog again.
Yeah, that dog is in the house sleeping somewhere.
Right, did they really kill two dogs in two movies? You can't do this to us. You can't do it to us. The dog does not die.
Thank the Lord for that.
No joke. There is a sense of woo, dog is there. we're good.
Yeah, for sure.
You're like, I can rest easy for the next 2 hours. The dog survived. We're good.
Yeah, that's probably the most risk the dog will be in this whole time. That's okay.
And it is. It is. I love how they take care of the dog to, like, not have him have a dog for the next, 3 movies is, can you watch him? Yep. Thanks.
Yeah. Do you bored? No, but I will watch him for you.
That's how they get a dog out of the shot. Sweet.
Yeah.
Let's not have
so
a Turner and Hooch moment or a K9 moment. Like, we don't need to see more dogs get shot, okay? Spoilers for 30-year-old movies.
I forgot Hooch gets shot. Thanks a lot for that.
I'm sorry. It's such a good movie, dude. It
really is a good movie. I love Turner and Hooch.
Anyways.
I like the expansion of the Continental network in that you get to see John go to Italy when he does decide he has to do this job in order to fulfill his marker. He goes to Italy and stays at the Continental there, and you kind of see it's pretty much the same, but there's little things they do different. And then you get to see that planning phase, which is really, really cool, that he goes to the sommelier, and the sommelier shows him guns of different needs and uses, and it's all very, very cool. And then it goes to the tailor, and goes to the map dude or the archivist or whatever he is, and it just feels so good. Oh, we haven't talked about Ruby Rose, Ares, the deaf, or I guess she's not deaf, she's mute assassin #1 of Santino. She's pretty great. It's interesting. I didn't really realize until this week how many bad girls there are in the John Wick series, with Miss Perkins being the main one that breaks the rules and tries to kill him the most in the first movie, and then Ares being the main, I guess, other than Cassian, who's also kind of his friend, though. Ares very much seems like she's not his friend at all and will do whatever Santino wants her to do. And then so I guess by the time you get to the third one and you see Halle Berry's character, you're like, oh, she's going to be bad. She's definitely going to be bad and not good news for John. And she kind of is, but she's still kind of his friend.
She's like, well, she's obligated. So I don't take it as actual loyalty. She's obligated because he gives her the marker. Yeah, women don't tend to be kind in John's world.
Yeah.
Except that bartender.
Not kind, except that sweet old bartender.
That bartender, man.
They're not kind. They are badasses. One of the things I appreciate the most about the John Wick series, though, is that so many action movies with female leads just are way worse in the sense that they have terrible choreography. They have unnecessary flourishes in all of the moves that they do, or they do things that would not actually work on a larger opponent or several opponents at once. And the John Wick movies don't do that. They very much feel like they pay attention to these two opponents and how they would interact in the real world, whether it's John and a sumo wrestler or John and a giant or Ares and John Wick. He throws her around pretty easily because he's a lot larger than her. But the nice thing is, in these worlds, that guns are a really good equalizer for people that are smaller in stature. So still very much a threat, but not in a threat of a way like, oh, we are so equally matched in every way possible kind of thing. It's that, no, people have different strengths and weaknesses, and the movies do a good job of playing to both strengths and weaknesses in a believable way. And I really appreciate that. I hope they do that with Ballerina as well, because Ana de Armas is not a large person, but
she's not big at all.
Could get a lot of good stuff done, I think.
So one of my favorite things that the second chapter starts, and they do it in chapter 3 and 4, is the action movie trope of fighting the giant dude or the big fat guy. I love that even in such an amazing, like, incredible action sequence, this redefining action franchise, they still made it a point to be like, we're going to put one of the most fun and oldest tropes in action movies ever. We're still keeping this. I love that they have that with, like, the sumo wrestler that you brought up or the giant in the library. I love that. Or even the main, well, not the main, but the big fat guy villain that John has to fight. And
Killa.
Yeah, Killa.
Scott Adkins. Yeah.
Yeah. It's such a funny trope that has lasted in action movies forever. And I love that the John Wick franchise is like, yeah, we're keeping this one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good one to keep and play on for sure.
I love the sumo wrestler getting shot in the head and then still picking his head up and groaning, and John having to whip around and be like, what?
Yeah, it's just so hard to get knives and things all the way through to anything that matters, any organs you have in there somewhere.
So you were talking about
prep
Ruby
time.
Rose.
Yeah,
right?
so
yeah.
Ruby Rose, she watches him like go into the catacombs and stuff. And the catacomb scene may be my most watched scene in the whole John Wick series, even though I wouldn't say 2 is my favorite movie. Just the way that he sets up the hit and places the guns in his like escape routes and things like that, and then the way it all unfolds, and the way he kills Gianna D'Antonio and then escapes and runs into Cassian, played by Caine, who's a great kind of counter assassin who, even though they know each other, but it doesn't seem like they're really friends. It's just that they're business acquaintances compared to some of the other people that are definitely friends of his. But Cassian definitely takes it personally that John was able to get to his ward, and even though she's gone, he has now his own vendetta. It's a different sort of, from his perspective, he's in a revenge movie against John Wick now, which is pretty amazing for a revenge franchise. But then seeing him trying to get back out of the catacombs, and I love that every scene in a movie that's based around gunfights essentially is choreographed in the sense that they always think of how many bullets does John Wick have left, and like does he have any magazines on his belt? Does he pick up a gun? How many bullets did that guy have left still from the last time? And so it's always like, how many more shots does he have? And none of it is more apparent than when he picks up the shotgun.
Yeah.
And he's got such limited ammunition, and it takes much longer to load it, even though he's really fast and he has that. I love that they use it's such a nerdy gun like thing, but he has that little I forget what it's called, but it's like a run saver or time saver thing that it's on the side, and he just slides the shell back and pops it in. It's for like competitions that if you need one more shot really fast, you can throw it in there, but that he uses it for that, and it's so good. They just like shoot, reload, shoot, reload. The cadence of it all is so exciting and fun.
We get one of the funniest, like unintentionally funniest things from the John Wick franchise, which involves the ammunition, is we've been watching action movies for decades. It's like one of the earliest genres for moving pictures, and gunfights became big, westerns, and then as it's progressed to now, whenever guns are out of ammo, we've either seen them have to, with the 6-shooters, like actually empty it out, or the muskets have to refill, and then we get the pistols and the shotguns and the rifles, and it's like the actual drop the clip, reload. Then comes John Wick, and every time John runs out of ammunition, it's not just I'm going to drop the clip, it's I'm going to throw the stupid thing as far away from me as possible, and then I'll reload. And it's the way and the speed that he reloads and like gets a round in the chamber and stuff, it's so fast. It is shockingly fast how quick he's reloaded and cocked and ready. Like,
right.
It's shocking how fast he does this half of the time. But one of my favorite things in that is when he's picking up random guns, which you could almost say feels like playing old GoldenEye on the 64, where you just walk by and you're like, a gun! Like, finally, I needed this.
Right.
I love how he checks. Like, he'll open the chamber to see, is there even a round? Or he'll pop it out real quick and reload, use up the 2, and then it's done. I think one of the funniest, not to skip 2/3 of this movie, but just talking in terms of how John Wick handles his guns, I love how he's handed 7 rounds.
Yeah.
And you as an audience, we're thinking, okay, so he's going to calculate the 7 rounds. We're going to get that action trope where it's going to be like the final bullet will be the, Santino.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, like he's gonna make them count, and they're really gonna matter, and he's gonna like be so intentional, like I can only use this if I really have to.
Right. No. 7 rounds are spent in a millisecond on 2 guys.
He gets in that ballroom. He's like, bam, 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 bam. Throw the gun. All gone.
Done with that. And you're like, you never even fired a shot at Santina.
Yeah.
But that comes later. Yeah, I
got him in the door, though.
I love how John treats the ammunition, because he knows, one, he's always strapped.
Mm-hmm.
But I love that he actually relies more on the henchmen that he's dropping, because he knows everyone is loaded, everyone's armed, so I'm just going to grab their stuff. No wonder John, when he opens his case in his basement, you know, he has a few guns. That's really it, because he's like, I don't need them. But that catacombs scene, going all that for the catacombs.
Yeah.
You're not kidding, dude. I am shocked it does not get talked about more often in terms of just shootout sequences, because it is so well choreographed to the point where the chaos in it and the lighting of it and just the sound of it with the, you know, every shot fired just echoes, and there are so many gunshots.
Yeah, and he's falling back, he's retreating, trying to get out of there, and he's getting this gun out of this little hole he put it in and hiding behind cover and trying to take him out as they're coming at him with their flashlights and stuff. Yeah. And hiding behind corners, and the shotgun just always gets me because it's the only time he uses it in the whole series, and he's so when he blasts a dude in the knee and he flies backwards and then it blasts him in the face, it's just so satisfying.
Yeah, when those the kill scenes tend to be abrasive in general, but when John Wick is using a shotgun, there really is something to that boom and watching people just splatter. You're like, ooh, yeah, that one's going to be memorable for the rest of this movie. I love how he comes out of the catacombs and you get that sense of quiet. You know, he comes out in the streets and you're like, all right, it's a little quiet. He makes it 20 yards before he's hit by a car.
Right when you're like, I think he might have gotten away with it. Yeah.
I feel bad for his legs. The amount of times he is hit by a car in this franchise, man.
It's many times. It's many times, yeah.
So many times.
Although, if I had to get hit by a car or get shot, I don't know as many times as he gets shot, I'd probably get hit by a car, I would say.
Yeah. I love the suits. I love how the suits themselves are actually the vest, the bulletproof vest. I think that's...
the way that... It's kind of the most fanciful, fantastical thing about it, but it doesn't feel weird or silly either. So it
makes sense.
Just even when he's using his jacket to cover his head to protect himself, you're like, of course you would. That makes sense. Yeah, go for it.
Right. Yeah, it fits the world. And yeah, it's kind of silly the first time you see him lift his coat up and run. But then you completely forget the silliness because he's shooting at the same time. You're like, oh, this is a full-on shootout. There is one detail that makes me laugh every time, though, Jake. And I think you could argue that because we don't know how many assassins are actually a part of this world, you could use that as the argument. But the one thing of the franchise that makes me laugh every time I watch these movies is the lack of reaction from all the bystanders.
Yeah. Yeah, there's when they're shooting at each other through the fountain, there's some screaming in the background, but nobody's really running away.
But no one's running.
And then when they're in the subway and stuff, no one really seems. Of course, that's the one non-realistic part of the movie is that their silencers on the pistols are way quieter than normal. It would normally be much louder, like a nail gun or something like that. But yeah, people don't react scared. I think one of the things that you could say is that in this world, it's a little bit more common for assassins and killers to be out in public, and so maybe the public is aware that there are assassins, but they have rules, and so if you just mind your own business, they'll leave you alone, and they'll be careful not to get you involved.
Don't get involved and you're all right, you'll survive this. Maybe.
Yeah, just keep your head down and stay out of it.
I mean, you do see reactions. I'm not saying there's not a single, you do see people respond to it. It just cracks me up when they're in the middle of a concert. firing guns without silencers, and like John is straight up cutting people's throats open. People are still like raving next to him.
Yeah, there's people like dancing at a party, and they're like, oh shit, that guy died. Wow, that sucks for him.
I think he's dead. Good song.
Yeah. When John's like on stage shooting people, and they're like, yeah. I guess they think it's not like real, but joke's on you. He just killed that guy.
I love.
Of course, there's also
Escalation.
a party thrown by someone from the high tables. So
true. So it's safe to say that they're all killers. I do want to note before we move on to more of the mayhem that is Chapter 2. The one like actual assassination that John does when he goes to kill the sister is such a. You could almost say it's like a crazy anticlimactic, but it's smart in how it does it, where she doesn't actually allow him to be the one that kills her. She goes out her own way. Yeah. But what's interesting about that whole sequence to me is like there is a form of seduction when she like disrobes to get into her pool or giant bathtub. Pond. I don't know what you would call that.
Yeah. It's human koi pond.
Yeah, but it's the only moment of the whole franchise that feels uncomfortable to me. And I think it's because the franchise doesn't rely on like the sex and
there's no other like sexiness
at all.
Yeah.
And even that scene's not necessarily sexy. I mean, if you're getting excited about someone opening their wrists, you should probably go seek some help. Stop listening to us and find some help.
Yeah.
But I think it's interesting that the one actual hired assassination that we see John do is the only moment in the entire franchise that's actually kind of uncomfortable to watch.
Yeah.
I think that's, for me at least, that's an interesting thing to me, because I'm like, it's weird that he's doing what his job is, and it's the one moment that feels different.
Weird.
It feels off.
Yeah, that's very true.
I could be wrong, but I take it as they intentionally did it that way, so that because you're watching him try to fight his way to redemption through revenge.
Yeah.
And so this feels like, ooh, this is your actual stepping back, kind of reverting to old ways moment, which is a weird thing to say as he's shooting people 10 times in the face. So
yeah, doing a lot of the same old ways.
Right. But it's such a weird shift in dynamic, and I am thankful that it only stays on that scene for a couple minutes, and then we go back into his world. But that's been something that's always been interesting to me from that first time watching it in the theater, just being like, the one moment that feels not quote unquote right is what his job actually is. This is weird.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's an interesting perspective for sure. Yeah, so because Santino D'Antonio turns on him, and as soon as it's such a shitty move for him to be like, well, he like even calls him, the way he calls John, he's like, well, John, you couldn't expect me to not try to avenge my sister's death. It's like, what are you talking about? So you feel for John for, I guess, kind of falling for it, I guess, in the sense that he thought that he could get out or absolve himself of this debt and then move on, and then just kind of get suckered into now being on the run the rest of the movie. Sucks.
Well, the moment Ruby Rose steps into the catacombs, it's that where you're like, yep, should have seen this one come, tying up loose ends, just one. But he progresses pretty quick from that moment, him coming back into the country, fighting all the assassins after his contract's opened, where we meet the Bowery and Lawrence Fishburne, which I love how Fishburne plays this character. It's so over the top. It's I think what I like the most about it is that he didn't play it at all like Morpheus. Because it was a big deal. I remember when the trailer dropped that Lawrence Fishburne's in it with Keanu Reeves. I was like, a big deal was, ooh, they're reunited. I'm so thankful that Fishburne had the, understanding, I can't do anything that is Morpheus-esque. This has to be like the opposite. And he plays him so over the top and so ridiculous.
Yeah. Even though their relationship or the how the characters are relative to each other in the story, where the Bowery King is still kind of this like leader above John Wick's like normal fighter kind of level guy, and he hasn't been like a teacher or someone
he's
that
not
John
a
Wick
mentor
really even
at all
looks up to, but is still close enough that you're like, the audience wants to see them relate in that way, and I think they do a really good job of keeping them very different and very separate.
Like the winks are there, but it's not so blatant. In fact, actually, we kind of have to wait until the fourth one before we get the actual like, here you go, here's what you guys wanted us to do. But I love that. Please, somebody get this man a gun.
Yeah, for the leader of this homeless assassin network, he's very theatrical in his presentation of this character, and it's really fun to watch.
It's so much fun to watch. And I do think it's interesting that because when you see the Bowery, and I love that it's in the background, so you have to be kind of intentional to look in what's going on behind everyone, is that the homeless assassins, they all have lockers.
Yeah.
And it very much reminds me, this will be funny, it very much reminds me of the others from Lost when they find the lockers and the disguises, because to me, I'm thinking like, New York has a high homeless population. This is an interesting spin on it of how many of them are actually legitimate and how many actually look that way, because they have lockers. That's where they're putting their costumes, if you will.
Right.
And yeah, you see, it's really like kind of confirmed to you with the king when he disrobes his ratty stuff and puts on that like silk robe and he's walking around and you're like, I see what you guys are doing here. Look at you.
Yeah, it's really just using the social nature of looking past this person who's just sitting on the corner as an easy way for them to collect information and be accessible and be everywhere and could be called up to take action at any time and respond very quickly on any corner in the city. It's pretty incredible.
It's
like his use of pigeons as a untrackable internet is pretty brilliant as well.
Yeah, that's as old school as you can get, I think, in that world is the use of pigeons as messengers and spies.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it always takes me off guard. Chapter 2 is just over 2 hours, if I remember right. It's not, because I think they hit like the 2.5 hour mark with chapter 3 and then almost the 3 hour mark with chapter 4.
Yeah, I think that's right.
But it's crazy to me how from the moment John enters the museum with the gun with the 7 rounds, how fast the movie actually concludes. Because it goes, big fight at the art museum, fight on the subway.
Yeah.
Done. Like into the Continental. Done. It escalates fast, but that fight at the art museum, going through the
mirrors,
room of mirrors or whatever I hate those rooms.
I do too, but they also make for iconic movie scenes like Enter the Dragon and
Goldfinger, not Goldfinger, Man with the Golden Gun. That's one that I always revert back to, is Man with the Golden Gun. Very Bond-esque to me, which is totally fun. Very fun. The fight with Common, like the big one on the subway, I love. Yeah, it's like with the silencers. I get it. Silencers aren't that quiet. I know. But it's really fun to see him walking like above and just kind of walking, just pew, 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 pew.
Yeah, and seeing them miss and seeing them just like kind of shoot from the hip and not be noticed that they're shooting at each other is really cool, for sure. I like that a lot.
But I like how they draw that fight of theirs out for as long as they draw it out. And then when they're on the subway, I get a big kick out of how they just both understand, like, one of us isn't walking out of here. Like, and they both have the same motivation to survive. So it's going to be somewhat matched. There's something really cool too, Jake. I don't know. if it's just because I'm a fan of this franchise. I know it's done in a ton of other movies, but I notice it the most in this franchise is the way they slap each other's like knives out of their hands or the guns out of the way they're disarming each other. I notice it more in this franchise than like every other franchise.
Mm-hmm.
I get a big kick out of watching how they do that with the twisting of the arms and being like, that's out.
Yeah. They do a good job of establishing the threat of any weapon in the situation, and then also where that ends up, that things escalate because someone drew a gun on him, but then that gun gets like taken and thrown, or this guy has it and he's trying to use it, and so you're always kind of mentally aware of what's happening. And yeah, it is really fun when they, or like knives, when someone just pulls one out and you're like, oh shit, this is a whole other layer now that we have to like keep track of.
I say that a lot. When the way Wick kills Common's character, getting that like as up close as they do, and the way that he turns the knife into his chest.
Well, it doesn't kill him, he defeats him.
He defeats him, but I love how he like pulls him into it.
Yeah.
That's not something you see from a lot of like action heroes. Typically they're kind of given like extra strength out of nowhere to do this. I really appreciate that with this franchise, John has to use like something else to drive that strength. It kind of reminds you that like flesh is a little thicker than what, especially through a sternum.
Right. Yeah, that he's always often using like leverage in ways to get the job done in an interesting way, for sure. Yeah, but he drives it in a way that he's like, if you sit here and don't pull it out, you're fine. But if you pull that knife out and try to come after me anymore, you will die, because it's like blocking your artery right now. And so Kamen just has to kind of like take it that he lost the fight and accept that he wants to live more than he wants John to die.
Which I'm like, dude, you got a knife in your heart. You're going to die. Like, that's it, man. You're not going to be walking off the subway in perfect health, friend.
I think that we think that, but it's like almost the next scene where the Bowery King says that John Wick gave him that gift where he sliced his throat, and he had to make the same choice, that either he holds the wound and lives or continues to chase John and die, and he chose to live, obviously. So I think that it's possible that Kamen is still alive. Or Cassian, as his name is in the movie.
Well, I guess we'll potentially find out. I don't know. We'll get to that here in a bit. But
yeah, basically all ends up at the same place the first one ended up, which is the Continental Hotel, and somebody breaking the rules of killing on company grounds. And again, it's Santino's hubris, thinking that the rules will protect him, and John Wick is a little beyond being controlled by rules, it seems.
John doesn't care.
Yeah, he'll do what he needs to do.
See, that's one of those things why I say, like, I think he spends the majority of chapter 2 just very much understanding I'm gonna die and being kind of at peace with it, but that peace is coming kind of from a really bad place of like, I'm going to kill everybody just to get him. Like, I'll take down as many as possible. And then when John goes back to visit his house and he's got Dog with him, I think that whole time he totally understands and is very much okay and ready, you know, especially...
I think when he goes to the park to see Winston, he expects to be killed right there.
And he tells him, like, why am I not dead yet? Because I deemed it so. Which, that's a great moment when Winston gives John the nod and the audience. I think it's more for the audience of realizing just how many assassins are actually around.
Yeah.
When he pauses
the first time I saw that scene, I took it as a flex of Winston's power, that he can just like kind of control those people and make them leave. But then watching it this week, because I had just seen chapter 1 or John Wick Normal, and when Miss Perkins goes to that park and there's 4 dudes that come out and they all kill her because she broke the rules of the hotel, I took it as when John Wick goes to the park, all of these people are there because it takes a lot more than 4 people to make sure
To
that
take John
Wick
out.
is dead. Those were the people that were going to kill him until Winston called him off.
I think that is a fair assessment. I think that is right. Like, John's proven he doesn't go down with just a couple of gunshots. Like, we're going to need everyone to empty several rounds into him.
Yeah.
Potentially with the
possible.
intention to, dismember him with bullets. That should be the intention right there.
Yeah.
But I think it is when Winston tells him, like, I'll give you an hour. That's the best I can do for you. I think it's that moment that John decides, like, well, if you're going to give me this hour of mercy, I guess I can take out more people then. And maybe I need to eliminate, instead of reacting to just the initial problem, I think that's when John decides, I'm going to head for the bigger, like, I'll take the head of the snake and quit worrying about the body.
I could see it reframing his perspective to say, what else could I do now? Because I have more time and maybe there are more options as ways to get out, kind of thing that I didn't consider before when I thought things were done. How
do I ensure I'm actually out and free? How do I make this so?
Yeah.
And I think, obviously...
one of the things that fans kind of question as well is Winston gives him an hour, but he also gives him a marker that we don't ever see from that point on. That when the chapter 3 starts, he goes to the library and gets the marker from Halle Berry's character.
Yeah.
So at that point, he has 2 markers in his pocket, one from Winston. We don't know if that's like Winston's marker that he now owes John a favor. It's kind of weird to give him right before he becomes excommunicado that he can't use any of the services of the High Table or Continental. But also maybe he knows at some point you will be able to use this, so just hang on to it. I saw a thing that Chad Stahelski said, it's possible that John does use it, he just never uses it on screen, and so at some point, like in the 3rd movie, maybe Winston thinks that John Wick cashed it in by when Winston saves John or shoots him off the roof and gets him out of the High Table's focus at that point, that could be a place where he would have used it, basically.
That would make sense, because that is I did find myself on this watch when I finished chapter 2 and went straight into chapter 3 and he pulls the marker out of the book. I had that, like, wait, why did I always just not correlate what's with the other marker? That's an interesting one that, like, he's probably used it off screen or
he's still hanging on to it,
or he's hanging on to it and potentially see that come up. I don't know. Or maybe we see that get handled in Ballerina. Ooh.
Yeah, depending on if I don't even know when Ballerina takes place. Is it between like 2 and 3, or it would be in the past because he's still working and he's called up. It would be at least 5 years before John Wick.
Is he still working, or is it taking place during his revenge tour?
It looks like... So I watched the trailer a few times. I was going to talk about Ballerina later, but I watched the trailer a few times, and it seems like John Wick gets called by someone, a lady, it sounds like, because she says, Ana de Armas says, she called you to stop me or kill me or whatever, and John Wick tells her basically, yeah, like, I'm here to stop you. And so it seems like he is at the beck and call of somebody, which I don't know when he would have time between John Wick and John Wick Chapter 4 to do any other mission.
I mean, that's true. So it would have to be between 2 and 3.
Or it would have to
isn't he, like, kind of beat up when he steps off the train, though?
I mean, it's John Wick. He's beat up his entire life since he was a kid.
Well, I don't know that we could say that, because before retirement, he would have been, like, peak John Wick, probably working,
and also nobody's really after him. Yeah,
and no one's after him.
He's not got bounties on his head.
Right. I thought Ballerina
it's still a rough and tumble business.
Yeah. We'll get to Ballerina later. We still have chapters 3 and 4 to go through.
Google AI, if you choose to believe it, says it takes place between chapter 3 and chapter 4. So I guess so.
How does it take place between 3 and 4? Because they start 10 minutes after each other.
Screen Rant says it's officially confirmed. Ballerina takes place during John Wick 3 Parabellum. Yeah.
Well, it would have to be, if that's the case, then it has to be Angela Houston's character that sends him.
Yeah.
Like, maybe that's part of his charter across the ocean is, you're going to have to do this. I told you your ticket, so you need to do this.
Yeah, do this first, and then you can go to Germany kind of thing.
Yeah.
Could be.
All right, well, since we're into Chapter 3 right now, Chapter 3 gives us our next Matrix cameo.
The beginning of Chapter 3 is unbelievably great because he's running at the end of Chapter 2, and then he's running at the beginning of Chapter 3, and it's counting down the hour that he has left. Yeah. And that's just the best. That's like one of my favorite details. It is like things are moving right away.
It is a intense way to start a movie. To be, you're on a countdown from the opening, like opening shot, countdown. It's raining, which always seems to be a great element to add intensity to. He's got Dog with him. People are hunting him. He's seeing all the assassins get their notifications of the countdown and like how big the contract is.
Yeah, and you just feel this like crowd slowly following him to figure out where he ends up.
It is an intense opening. I've seen the movie dozens of times. I know exactly how it goes, but that opening is still very like, okay, here we go. Okay. And then we get...
It's appropriate that it's called Parabellum. I wish the other movies had like a subtitle. They're all just like Chapter 2, Chapter 4. But Chapter 3, they decided to call it Parabellum also, which is so cool. It's like a double meaning that works so well with the John Wick story, in that obviously it's the Latin to prepare for war, but also 9mm pistols that everybody's familiar with, the 9mm cartridge, is also called the 9mm Luger or 9mm Parabellum. And so 9x19 Parabellum. So that's the size of the cartridge, and it's the like most commonly used one, especially in the John Wick movies. And so it works on like two different levels, and they're both so tailored to the old Latin prepare for war. Also for the John Wick side, it just works so good. So whoever did that, very clever, but also kind of weirdly sticks out as the only movie that did that.
It does, but it makes sense. You could almost say that John Wick Parabellum actually kind of is the title for the franchise, essentially, because he is initially seeking peace, but he's doing it by going to war, and that war just continues to escalate. So that, I guess it does have lots of meaning. Cool.
Yeah, it's really cool.
I like that.
And the third movie also, it has weirdly like a fantasy structure, which is one of my favorite parts too, because he is like, was on the run, but he also has to like kind of go on a quest where he goes to the library and gets those 3 objects. Like he opens the book of Russian folklore, and it has like a picture of his wife and some gold coins and the rosary, the crucifix, and then the marker from Halle Berry's character. And he like collects all these objects, and you're like, all right, we're going to figure out what all these mean, what he's going to do with all of these things as he goes on his quest. And then a literal giant comes out from behind the bookshelf reading poetry to him. You're like, this is such a fantasy novel now.
I love how he said a literal giant walks out. I love that John reminds him, like, I still have time, and he's like, yeah, but who's gonna know? Are you sure you want to do this, though? Like,
Yeah, he tells people that all the time. It's more of that consequences thing. It's like, don't do this. You don't want to do this. You don't want me owing you. You don't want to do this. And they never believe him. They really should pay attention.
No one wants to listen to John, but he teaches them.
That when you put a book in his mouth, and that's one way.
You bust his jaw open with the book, and then you plant it by busting his neck with the same book. The way he
gets it right, and then the crook of your neck, and slams his head down. I'm like, that's so unique, but so brutal.
I always find myself during their fight, because John puts the book up and then punches the book to have it like hit him in the face. I'm like, effective. Man, your hand would be so sore after punching a hardback, like, and those old, like, classic...
More than a dude's bone face, you think?
Maybe,
I feel like
I
it's a
don't
little
know.
bit of cushion with the pages in there and stuff.
Have you punched a book?
I have not recently punched a book, no. I can't
I
say
don't
I
have
have.
a book near
I have
me.
one right here. I have a John Wick hardback book.
Ow. Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty hard.
Pages are not
hand.
cushions. They form like
It's true.
what's that liquid where like if you slowly put your hand in
Water?
No. It's like it's a full mass. It's you put your hand in it and it flows like water, but if you punch it or like slap it, it's a hard surface. Like you can't penetrate it.
I was thinking of the thing that people say that if you like hit water at a high enough speed, it's like concrete, and that's basically.
Oh yeah, no, it is. Like that's why bouncing off of water when you're water skiing is so dangerous because you skip like a stone, depending on the speed.
He gets stabbed by the giant, which really
Yeah,
inconveniences the time he has left.
And that's when we get the Keymaker cameo, which is such a great cameo. That honestly, that's my favorite cameo out of all.
For true Matrix nerds.
Like the Keymaster showing up is so well done. I love that.
He's such a great little helper who is so. He wants to help, but he also wants to follow the rules so well. And then when he's like, John's like, I have 5 minutes left. And then he lets him in. And you're like, you're not going to stitch him up in 5 minutes. And especially when he says he nicked an artery and all this stuff. But then John has to like, the way he like stops right at the time. Yeah. And as if anybody will know. But he's just like so concerned. He's like, they'll know. And they'll also not, they'll assume I didn't stop, and so now you have to shoot me. When he like shows up with the pistol behind John, and you're like, this guy is definitely going to try to cash in on the $15 million or whatever it is at this point. I was so sure when I first saw it that he's like going to use this little 2-shot Derringer to try to cash in after, since it's gone into effect,
I love that he doesn't try to cash in, and I love that John doesn't wait for him to explain to him how to wound him in a convincing manner. John just bam, bam.
It's like when Ron from Parks and Rec goes to Home Depot and he's like, I know more than you. It's like, I know literally where every organ is on your body. I know how to not hit it if I don't want to.
Yeah, John's countdown. Man, when he comes out of the physician's home, the movie really does feel kind of like stakes are high. Because we've seen all these different assassins everywhere. So we know they're mingled all within. John has no resources left. He's got nothing left. This is like, it really does feel... And I remember when the third one came out, that was what we all thought was the finale. Like, this will be a trilogy. This will be ending. I remember
I think
you
it came
were
out
labeling
the same year. It came out the same year as Avengers Endgame. And I was like, this is my Endgame.
That was your Endgame.
Conclusion to a perfect trilogy. I can't wait to see it.
And
I was so surprised when we got to the end. I was like, oh my god, there's more.
There's another one.
Yeah, it was so exciting.
That's why the internet sucks, because I'm shocked it didn't spoil that John Wick 3 was not actually the ending before the movie came out. Man, I miss the days where the internet didn't spoil everything.
Yeah,
he said on an episode spoiling.
We warned you fair and square.
We did. We gave a lot of warnings, and these movies have been out for a while. So
yeah. I love when he's on the run and how they represent him having nothing. Like they strip him completely back to basics because he doesn't have the car. He doesn't have any guns. He goes into that like antique shop and has to put together that old pistol, and the ammunition doesn't fit in it, so he has to get another pistol and put it together just to get one shot in, shoot a guy, and then leave because he doesn't have time to do all this stuff. And then he goes to the knife hallway, which I will come back to because it's amazing. But then because he doesn't have a car, he ends up on a horse. So like he just goes back to complete basics of nothingness, and he has like a cowboy gun and a horse and like all of this stuff. And it's just, it fully represents that, I think, so well.
Well, I'm a big fan of that horseback fight sequence in the stable and then riding through the streets of New York. I'm a big fan of it because to me, the whole thing with like him assembling the 6-shooter and then fighting on horseback, to me was like such a fun nod. And I don't know if it was intentional. It seems intentional.
Yeah.
As a nod to old Westerns. And like just that, look how far action has come, that even now, 2024 when it came, or 2019.
Chapter 3 was 2019, yeah.
Yeah. That even in 2019, we can still do these same things, and it looks really cool. Yeah, the other guys are on motorcycles, but it felt like an old Western. He even does the thing where he, like, drops down on the side of the horse to fire underneath it.
Yeah.
And
classic moves.
Classic Western scene. Classic.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought that, particularly in Chapter 4 when he's riding through the desert, and it's very much like, this is a cowboy chase on horseback through the desert, but he's got like a suit and a Glock and like modern stuff. It's such like, this is where we escalated to.
It's a good callback. It's a good just kind of, that's how you should do the Memberberry stuff. Like, what a great nod and kind of homage.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah. Yeah, 3 dives even deeper into the lore. 3 probably, to me, I love how you called it a quest, because it very much is. The lore just seems to blow up in Chapter 3.
Yeah, it really does. From the ballet academy.
Yeah.
The director, Angelica Houston's character, the director who's going to play a big part in Ballerina, I'm sure, that you kind of see John's origins, his backstory as there's these ballerinas dancing on stage, but then there's also these boys wrestling in this other room, and then he talks to Angelica Houston's character as like the his mother, the woman who adopted him and brought him in as this orphan kid and trained him and taught him or used him.
Yeah, to me it very much takes that, like the Russian, like the very real Russian assassination kind of upbringings that they probably still do. I don't know.
Like KGB stuff?
Yeah, like the KGB style stuff. I think it's really interesting where they actually included that, because I think that's the most notable thing that at least American audiences associate with assassins is like Russian assassins. And then James Bond, which guess what?
Yeah.
Russian assassins. So I still think it's really cool how they take that, what American audiences are going to know the most, and actually incorporate it, but not make it the main thing. There's so much more going on. And then you find out like this Russian stuff is actually also located in Berlin, which is not Russia.
Right. Yeah, I really thought that when they were going to talk about his family and they've even called the Rosa Ruska.
Rosa Ruska family.
I'm like, that sounds very Russian. And they're like, they're in Germany. I'm like, oh, okay. That doesn't make any sense, but whatever.
But the whole idea of like, I will tear your ticket, and it's like the breaking of that rosary, and then they brand it upside down on him as showing like, you can't undo this.
Poor John gets burned a lot in this movie.
Yeah. And I think it's really interesting also how they bring back the tattoos that he's got, where the way they brand him on the back, on that tattoo that's in the center of his back, it's almost like that tattoo is a mark of maybe graduation, kind of like 00 status, but in the John Wick equivalency.
Yeah, it definitely seems like there's at least a personal connection or story to the tattoos that could be a graduation, or it could be a fulfilling of some prophecy or role or something like that. John's are very specific, and then whatever the girl's name that's going to be in Ballerina, hers are also very specific. John's are interesting because his on the top of his shoulders that you see in the first movie in the shower scene, you were talking about it in the very beginning, it talks about, what is it? Hold on, I'm searching the wrong window over here. It's Fortuna Fortis Juvat, which most commonly people have oversimplified to fortune favors the bold, but I think there's a different variation that more clearly aligns with fortune favors the bold. John's translation or version more specifically references the goddess Fortuna, which is like the Greek goddess of luck. And so his translation is more accurately that it's only the strong ones that Fortuna comes to save, or the strong ones Fortuna will come to save. So his motivator seems to be more like, if I am strong and persistent and all this stuff, then things will work out. He even says, I think in the first movie, that someone asked how he got out of the business, and he said, luck, I guess. And that could definitely also be a reference to Fortuna saving him, that he was just strong enough and persistent enough, and it worked out in the end for him.
Yeah.
But it seems, like everybody in that academy has that same sort of thing going on.
It kind of, Parabellum also, as it's just blowing up the lore of it, they really kind of bring into this like kind of deep ritualistic side of this world, which is, to me, it was unexpected that it would get that ritualistic, but it's not like, it still makes sense that the deeper family aspects of this, or some of the deeper areas of this world, would have a bit of a ritual, graduation or whatever you would, with like the tearing of the ticket, the branding, the tattoos. Right. In the fourth one, the straight branding of the crest onto your it's like, in this world, honor amongst the families is so highly guarded and needed that, like, you have to go through a horrible ritual so that your loyalty cannot be broken.
The offering that he has to give of his finger and ring to the elder, for sure.
It's very interesting, and it really, to me, it really fits this world that's so, like, high class and very clean cut and all this, but to get to those statuses, it requires a lot of sacrifice or all this other stuff. It's almost like the assassin's way of justifying themselves, which is an interesting way to look at it.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, you get those, and then we get the adjudicator, which I still don't know if I consider her a villain or if she's just doing her job.
I think she's just doing her job. I think her job is to show up to judge you. She will let you basically make your case and to explain like why you did it or what's going on, and then pass judgment on behalf of the table. And I think that she's fair. Everything that she does blame them of is stuff they did. And she actually has a tattoo on her neck that's a German word that translates to empathy. And so I think that she, even though she is cold to them, she is still, I think, willing to appreciate their situation and will pass fair judgment on behalf of the table as needed, as opposed to the Harbinger in Chapter 4, who's like, when I show up, it's over. Everything's done.
I love their titles.
It's and so I good.
Think, like, when we get to Chapter 4, the Harbinger is one of the most interesting characters. He's one of the side characters that I actually really hope we get to learn more about in either Ballerina or potentially Chapter 5, just because the way that he acts is almost like he is the only one that's actually above the table. Like, could the Harbinger actually be the real elder or the real, like, head of guy, which is an interesting thought, but that's a theory for later. So
okay, I'll think about that and come back to it. Yeah, the adjudicator is cool because she has like the special black coin and it's bigger than all the rest, and you just know when she slides it across that this can't be good. And just having her as like an investigator in the hotel, and I don't know, there hasn't really been any oversight other than Winston and enforcing the hotel's rules, and now it definitely feels like the high table is real and it's not just, you know, crime families who are douchey kind of thing.
Yeah, but they hold. I like that she reminds Winston, like, no one is above, like, the high table. No one's above their law. I love how he keeps calling it his hotel. It's
a brilliant metaphor to say that everything happens under the table, and that like all of this crime and dirty work is under the table, but it's also under the high table, which is
yeah.
it's like one of those things that I don't even know how they came up with how brilliantly connected it is. It's kind of like when Christopher Nolan talks like created Inception and has all these things like, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, that's such a good idea. That's brilliant. I don't know how you did that. That's great.
I can't even think of that. Yeah, her character just cracks me up. I really like how cold she is and how blunt about everything she is. She's not playful, which I'm very thankful that she's probably the least playful character of the franchise, or at least one of them. I think she's a good contrast to everybody else. I do think it's funny that everyone, at least Winston, treats her as the villain when she's doing her job, which is funny because it's like, Winston, you did not do your job. She's doing hers. But the scene that cracks me up, actually, the group of characters that crack me up every time in Parabellum are the ninja assassins that she hires.
Yeah.
Like
the sushi chef.
The sushi chef and his team. What a choice to make to be your comic relief. Like one of the very few comic reliefs in this franchise. And you're like, it'll be a couple cliche, like sushi chef, ninja assassins. They will even use the katana. So...
Yeah. I didn't love that main guy, Zero, I think his character's name is. I didn't love him the first time I saw him just because he seems much sillier than any other character in the series. Mostly his face. There's nothing against the guy. I think he's great. But he just has a face that's too funny. He makes funny faces, and I'm like, you're not serious enough to be in this world, really?
Well, I mean, in all fairness, though, when you see him executing people, he is pretty serious. So it's like, in the moment, he does take it serious. But when he's sitting next to John Wick, it's possibly the funniest moment of the franchise when there's two chairs, wide open couch, and he sits connected to John. And John even, like, not happening.
Yeah, we're not doing this.
Get out of my bubble.
But it does make so much sense that in a world of assassins and in a world of big egos, that there's so many people that will feel like they're the best. They have to be the best. And also who look up to John Wick as this myth. And so to be able to meet him and fight him, there's going to be some who have a little bit of a fangirl inside them. Yeah, he fangirls for a good portion of the movie after he meets John. We also get a fun cameo for you Raid fans out there. Yeah. Big action. If you're an action movie fan, you should appreciate the... Yes. I forget that guy's name, but he's in the Raid and he's a great fighter in it. Now, I will say this. Having seen him fight in the Raid, and then seeing him fight in John Wick Parabellum, it does make me chuckle a little bit, because it's like, I've seen how fast this guy actually goes, and he has definitely slowed down to be able to fight Keanu Reeves. It doesn't take anything away from the fight. It's just one of those little observations right off the bat where you're like, I've seen this dude move. He's being nice right now. They had to have treated him like Richard Donner treated Jet Li when they did Lethal Weapon 4, where they had to tell him, like, we literally can't catch you on camera. You have to see camera. The film is 24 frames a second, and we're not seeing you move at all. Kids, that's a real thing that happened, just so you know. Yeah. I don't know how to pronounce this gentleman's name, but it's Yayan Ruhian. I think he's Indonesian. He's a little guy from the Raid, and he's so fast and so cool. But yeah, his little fight with John Wick is one of my favorite parts of the movie for sure. It's such a good fight, and it does have I mentioned it earlier, it does have the moment where they just kick the crap out of John, and he has to like actually tell him to stop and pause so that he can kind of catch his breath and like, all right, now let's do it. There is a detail of this whole fight in that glass room that I'm like, I don't know why, but it's my favorite detail of the fight. And it's every time they like swing a sword or go to stab, and they remind you that it's a glass room, and the tip of the sword is always like grating against the glass that they can't really see.
I don't know why that detail makes me so happy. It's not like it's constant. It happens in the middle of a fight, and you can always tell that it like jars the move on whoever's trying to do the offensive move. I love that detail. I think it's because Winston alludes to it as John's walking into the room of like,
so that you can see whatever's under the table.
Yeah. Granted, we just skipped like the whole Halle Berry stuff. Sorry, Halle Berry.
Oh, we'll come back.
We'll come back to Halle Berry.
We gotta talk
about that's
about
just, I love that little detail in that fight. I don't know why. It's so exciting to me. It's probably because it's a detail that you wouldn't think of ever, but they made it a point to be like, no, they're fighting in thick glass. Like, not every sword's going to go through this. So.
Yeah, it is weird. It's not weird. It totally fits in the movie, but it's a different thing than any of the other movies to see the rest of the Continental Hotel and how there are giant glass rooms and big display cases and the panic room that they have, and there's like the whole rest of the movie takes place in the Continental, and so it's a weird design choice to have a giant glass room like that with the walls and everything set up.
But it's cool, and it's a kind of a good reminder, one, that the Continental's open, so public can come through, but there's so much of it no one's ever going to see. Like when John's going through the whole basement in the first one down to the like actual bar. But seeing these rooms, seeing the rooftop, or at least I don't think it's like the actual rooftop, but the terrace.
Just like a garden or something, yeah.
Yeah, and the panic room. It makes sense that it would have a panic room. It is a hotel full of killers. Yeah.
Yeah, you never know when shit's gonna hit the fan.
Right. What takes me the most off guard with it is seeing the Continental empty.
Yeah.
That's what takes me, because whenever a room is empty, it's always like, that's how big it actually is. You fill it
always
up.
Looks so different.
It seems small, but yeah. But let's get to Halle Berry, because she's a fun character. She's an interesting character for this franchise.
Yeah. And just having John go to Morocco and need to go to Casablanca is a cool, interesting change, and see another Continental hotel that's not in Italy and not in New York is a cool change. And then, see Halle Berry's character, Sophia, and how he compels her to help him because he holds her marker, and he basically got her daughter out, got her daughter safe, and I guess also kind of keeps an eye on her because Halle Berry doesn't want to know where she is and doesn't want to feel tempted to go find her. So in order to keep her safe, John kind of, I guess, checks in on her from time to time. And they have the same sort of conversation which is an interesting thing because John Wick is excommunicado. The news has gotten to Africa at this point, and but they still let him come in the hotel. They still let him talk to her, and he tries to redeem this marker, and she's like, well, it's a marker and it doesn't really hold any value when you're not part of the system anymore. But she's kind of still a good assassin in the sense that she's bound by more than rules. She's bound by honor, and he's like, this is your blood that you have promised me, you swore to me, and you need to fulfill it. And so she does. And so they have a really good relationship. I always giggle when she's like, are you a dog person, John? Because she's got two not massive, I mean, they're powerful Belgian Malinois dogs.
Pretty big dogs, dude.
They'll fuck you up.
A little bit, and they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love how the dogs there's more dogs in the third one, and they're big and they're mean. And the moment that jerk shoots the dog, I think everyone had a unanimous gasp and like, come on, can't a dog but I love when she, after
it kind of feels like, are they trying to refresh the like hate that had been carried you through 2.5 movies? They feel like they need to make you hate this guy again, and you're like, oh wait, no, the dog's okay. It's all
the dog's okay. All right. I love how she's like, he shot my dog, and he's like, I get it.
Yeah, been there.
Caused all of this because of it. Trust me, I know. Their fight is so fun to watch with the integration of the dogs, the way her commands for the dogs to attack and like take down the guys, all the different levels and obstacles that the camera and the fights and the dogs, the movement of their whole fight sequence, it's tiring, which is probably the biggest constant throughout this franchise. Is by the end of every chapter, you are like physically tired.
Yeah. Oh, that's very true. And it just feels like through all the different movements of the dogs, like you kind of lose track of where they are, and then they'll come out and jump out a window or jump on top of this big stack of stuff and pull a guy down. I think it's also the first time you really see John work with someone else also, because it's earlier in the movie before they get to the end, and he's fighting with Winston and Sharon. So it's cool to see them be a team and have John kind of work together with her. She's a badass also, and so it's very cool to see Halle Berry kicking butt.
I love watching the interview with Halle Berry when they were making Parabellum, and they asked her about what was it like training with Keanu Reeves. Is he actually what we hear? And her description of showing up to the shooting range and to the obstacle course that they were training this whole sequence at, and her talking about Keanu, who was always the first one there, putting in all the work and then helping teach her and help create the choreography for it and the ideas that he was implementing. Just hearing her talk about working with him in that aspect is like, man, that is what an incredible like testament to just him and her too, of just having that appreciation for him and putting in, like, understanding the importance of putting in that effort with him to make that product. I love her interview about it. But you do have to laugh when they're in the desert and she's got the giant bottle of water. She like swishes it in her mouth, spits it back.
After she already gave a bunch to the dogs. It's such a great contrast because it's another one of those things where they easily could have tried to introduce a romantic angle between the two. Yeah.
And then they literally spit on that idea and like, bye, John, get out of here, never want to see you again.
Yeah.
And guess what? She doesn't. So
the point of the quest was to get into the desert, and then they need to go on this, John needs to go on this essentially vision quest across the desert until he's about to die and follow some stars and stuff until he ends up in the hands of the elder, and luckily he does, but the elder's not very nice to him and makes him cut off his finger and take his wedding ring. And I do like John's motives, though, like I was saying before, about he needs to stay alive just so that he can remember his wife, because if he dies, her memory dies, and it's like she dies completely, basically, at that point. So that's his whole motivation, and I think that's noble, even though kind of from this point for the rest of the movie there's a conflict between, is he a full functioning man, or is any of them full functioning like people who have their own autonomy and can make their own choices, or are they slaves to a system? And John kind of needs to make that choice. Will he be a slave to the system or be free? But being free probably means dying. And he says he'll give in, but then they say, well, in order to give in, you have to go kill your best friend in the whole world and mentor and Winston. And well, that kind of sucks. He then has kind of no options because he's not going to kill Winston, obviously.
So my question to you on that, because yeah, he does get told you'll be reinstated fully. You'll be like, everything goes back except that you have to kill Winston. Otherwise, everything's for naught and we're going to kill you. Your life is forfeit.
You'll have to kill Winston, and then for the rest of your days, you'll be like an assassin.
Yeah, you have to serve the table.
Like, yeah, you can't get back out again.
And we get more of that's the one where they really like kick up the I will serve, I will be of service.
Yeah.
Kind of allegiance that they have to give to the high table.
It's like the difference between management and service, basically.
Yeah. I wonder though, because John's pretty fast at like hacking his finger off, and they sear it, they cauterize it. I don't know that I buy that John ever had intention of killing Winston.
I don't think so.
I don't think he ever
think
had
that-
intention to do it.
Yeah, I think that at that point, his options were so limited. They're like, this is the only way out of this tent, basically. And he was stuck in the middle of the desert, and it made more sense, I think, to buy time than it did to try to fight his way out of that spot. And then he would make it back to New York, and he would talk to Winston, and and then they would come up with the plan kind of at that point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he
intended to.
I think he really wanted to lean on what would Winston be doing, because at that point, Wick had no clue about Winston and the Continental being like, not yours anymore.
Yeah, desecrated and deconsecrated.
Deconsecrated. They use big
when he
words
gets-
in this franchise.
When he gets back to New York and he meets that fangirl Zero, Zero is like, you and I are the same, and John Wick's like, we are not the same. And I think what John Wick means is that I'm not a mindless servant to the table like you are.
Yeah.
And that's all that Zero really knows. He's like, I'm a bringer of death just like you are. And John Wick's like, there's more to us than that, basically. He doesn't say any of this, but that's my interpretation of it, that they are bringers of death, but the implication is, and kind of like when John has the dog there and he says, sit, stay, and then he leaves. I think he's mostly, he doesn't say that it's about how that guy is a lapdog for the table, but I think it's implied.
Yeah, that the man is equal to a dog or below the dog.
Yeah.
I do take that as kind of also John kind of asserting like power, almost like kind of a mic drop move of just that assurance of like, you aren't my level, bud. Like, I understand right now.
Right. Stay in your lane.
But John's he's on such a different mentality than that other guy. You know, he's on a path to get out permanently, because I'm with you. I don't buy that he was ever going to even attempt to take Winston's life at all.
Yeah.
I think before finding out that Winston was losing the Continental, I think John was going to plead to him, spoiler, as son to father, to like, let's negate this. I need you right now. And then to find out that Winston lost it, I think that was John's like, so this is going to be fun. We're actually going to fight the whole system now. Good.
Yeah.
You're not leaving, are you? No, I don't think I am. And you're not going to pull the trigger, are you? Nope.
Yeah.
The hotel fight. That gunfight, man.
Yeah, it's up there. I remember like when I first saw it in the theater and just realizing that they were coming in with that armor and helmets and everything, and you're like, oh, everything that was very, very difficult but manageable now is way harder for him to kill anybody.
And I like
let alone
that
an
it
army.
takes him a little while to learn that. He still like fires the same way. He's still doing the same style. But as he's learning, I love how he just starts shoving the muzzle of the gun like into the helmet. Like, all right, that's where we gotta go.
Yeah.
My two favorite moments during that whole fight is when they come in after the first round to, reload, and Sharon comes in and he's like, armor piercing, like, and they start loading the shotguns, like, we're gonna do this, and they head right out. Just, I love the, like, frustration and determination as they come in and leave. And then the next one is when John has when him and the dude fall into the pool and the guy's trying to fire his gun at John. And I love John's move where he like, it's not a big push away, but it's just enough so that the rounds can't travel. And then he swims up, and just seeing how he like intentionally like stuffs the gun into the helmet to pull the trigger.
Yeah.
Good detail. Just good detail right there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not really the same thing, but it reminded me of earlier when that sushi chef is chasing him on the motorcycle and those other motorcycle guys come up and they have the katanas. Just the way that they interact with each other, choreography basically, where they like try to swing the swords at each other and then drive motorcycles and like move out of the way, and then they're shooting guns and like blocking like guns and stuff. It's just the way everything moves is just enough to get out of the way of it all, and for it to all make sense. It looks so cool. It's a lot.
I'm
like
also
that.
digging how every time you and I have talked about the gunfights and all this, have you noticed we both will try to do like we move around?
I'm doing karate right now. I
As
don't know
if we are just as awesome as Keanu Reeves and stunt team for John Wick.
I mean, every action movie that I watched as a kid, every Jackie Chan movie, every Arnold Schwarzenegger
We had to
movie,
recreate it, right?
yeah, exactly.
I can't tell
It's
you
in
how
our-
many
in
times
our
I sat
bones.
on the arm of the couch pretending that I was either riding a horse, motorcycle, or speed bike from Star Wars. So
Yep. Yeah,
it's just what you did, right?
It's a cornerstone of our fandom is to put ourselves in the story. Yeah.
Mission Impossible, like.
Oh yeah.
Anyways, dude, that whole hotel fight is so incredible. It's so
I love
exhausting.
how Winston is just like waiting in the panic room, just twiddling his thumbs and
Well, I think it.
checking in every time they come back to get more guns. He's like, how's it going out there?
I think it also says a lot for he's one step ahead than what the adjudicator thinks or how she's expecting things to turn out, because she calls him, he hangs up on her, and he's so patient. He's not panicked the entire time, which is an interesting thing to me. And then it's like he's been waiting for her to be like, okay, parlay. Like, can we do this? Of course. Sorry, but every time, I think this is only the second time I've ever heard the word parlay used in a movie. So the moment that she called for a parlay, my first thought was Jack Sparrow from Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Parlay.
Yeah, for sure.
The word choices in these movies.
Yeah, there's an equal balance of Old English or very appropriate terms,
Dialogue
but
is so
terms
good.
that you wouldn't normally attribute to that kind of a role, I guess.
I guess my question for you, when John goes up and joins the parlay, it's pretty clear in that moment that no one's going to someone's not walking away unscathed. But it's kind of hard to figure out who's going to have something happen to him.
Yeah.
Did you expect Winston to pull the gun on John and shoot him off of the roof?
No, I kind of expected them to turn on her more so that they could turn on her and then kind of use that to go up to the next level and see who her boss is or something like that. And I definitely did not expect Winston to turn on John. But after seeing it, I get it. I think that Winston always kind of has an angle, and I think that he also expected that John would be okay. He's like, not for sure. There's definitely a part of him that's like, maybe he's not going to be okay, but 8 times out of 10, John will make that fall and be okay. And he definitely intentionally shoots him in the suit the whole time. And so I think that I think he has a background that's more action oriented than what he lets on as the manager. I think Winston was in like MI6 or something like that in the past, so he knows his way around stuff. He's no slouch if he wanted to kill John. I think that not that he could, but I think he could definitely catch John off guard enough that he could. So I think it was very intentional that he wasn't, but also that fall is an intense fall.
That fall's like the first of a few that John has that you're like, that hurts me just watching that.
Yeah, so it's very understandable why the adjudicator assumes he's dead. Of course, who would live through that?
I do love how when she's getting in her car, she has that, like, I should probably go look.
Yeah, she's like, I shouldn't need to look, but also I should probably go look.
I remember watching it the first time in the theater, and when he hits the pavement at the bottom and then they do that quick cut back to the terrace, I remember immediately being like, hey, he's not dead. They're not going to give John Wick that fast of a death. The dude's alive. And then they do the whole, like, the dogs running. And we forgot to mention her little tour of punishment on the people that have helped John in some way through Chapter 2 and earlier in Parabellum. But the king suffered 7 cuts.
Yeah, for 7 bullets.
Yeah, for the 7 bullets that he gave John. And I think it's fitting that he's the one that kind of takes John in. I love that, like, final scene where, like, wave your hand if you can hear me, John. And John flips him off instead. Seeing John
like,
have
King could barely laugh because he's got torn lacerations on his
chest.
He's
all cut up.
Yeah.
But I love how he gets right into John's face and he's asking him, like, you pissed off, John?
Yeah. It might be my favorite of the group just because from beginning to end, everything about it is so great. The knife fight is so great. The dog fight is so great. The hotel fights are all so great. It just feels, and there's so much more lore and there's so much more world building. I have to see 4 more, I think. I've only watched it a couple of times so far, so it definitely might surpass, but 3 is the best so far in my mind.
It is really good. It is really good. Chapter 4. We're almost there. I like that you called ahead of the episode. We'll be done in like 2.5 hours.
That's exactly what I was about to say.
4 hours later. We just started the finale. All right, we can do this.
This might be bigger than our Star Wars episode, which was like 4.5 hours.
Was it? I thought our Star Wars
was a big one.
Well, I know it was a long one, but I thought it was bigger. Anyways, that's what she said.
I guess if you count both parts of the MCU, that one was 2 episodes.
That one was big.
But I think a single episode, the Star Wars was the longest. Until now.
Until now.
Yeah, chapter 4 is so good. It's also so, because I thought 3 would be the end, it just feels like icing on top. That like everything about it's so fun. And also it does so many new things. Like we were talking about, the characters have all been so strong in each movie between Willem Dafoe and Halle Berry and Common, and everybody involved in every movie is so good. But 4 stands out as particularly good, mostly because of Donnie Yen is Caine, and Scott Adkins is Killa, and Mr. Nobody, and like every character is so good. His friend Shimazu Koji, I forget that actor's name, but he's in a lot of stuff and he's always so good.
Well, and you do have the latest actual villain, which is an interesting thing to say about the John Wick franchises, because technically everyone's a villain in this franchise. Like everybody is a villain.
Yeah.
But to have, oh my God, thank you. Play the actual villain. He does a really, really good job. Like,
yeah,
I still think that dude studied Heath Ledger's Joker and was like, how can I bring kind of this, but not actually this, into the John Wick universe? Like that kind of heartlessness, that maliciousness, that kind of style, like the playfulness that's with all of that. I get very heavy Joker vibes from him.
Interesting.
In chapter 4.
I hadn't seen him in really anything other than It, and so all I really knew him was as Pennywise. Yeah, and so when it was announced to be in the movie, I was like, that's very exciting, but I also have no idea how he's going to play a villain that doesn't seem like Pennywise to me. And he's very different and very French.
And he eats a lot.
He does. Well, he's all about this decadent lifestyle at the top of the table, basically. And he's temporarily in power, it seems, that because John kills the elder, the new elder. There's an elder in the last movie who took John's ring. When he goes to find the elder again, that elder has been replaced by a different elder. And that guy says, the other elder has your ring, sorry, I can't help you. And killing me won't help you at all. And John says, well, I'm going to do it anyway.
I love that. I'm sorry to say you've come all this way for nothing. Yeah, not really. Blows his head off.
Yeah, so the table has no elder, which I assume is the head seat of the table, it seems like.
It's either
we never really explained, but the high table is a group of families, 12 crime families.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the elder is potentially like an appointed face of the table.
Yeah, kind of like not like a president, but like just a speaker for the...
Yeah. And then I forget what do they call him?
The Marquis?
The Marquis. And then the Marquis is kind of given like the power of the table, while they're trying to reconfigure, because John's got everyone in such a panic mode at the moment, because one, he's alive, and I think everyone, once chapter 4 really kicks in, because I think that has the longest time gap between chapter 3 and chapter 4, because John's been healing.
Yeah,
and
he's just been underground for a while.
But I think during that time where he's been underground, that's where like the high table has been put into extra panic, because they've realized like, well, he's not dead, and he claimed he was going to kill everybody.
Yeah, he already killed 2 members of the table, both the brother and sister D'Antonio. He killed he's killed a lot of people.
He's killed an elder. He's every assassin we've sent at him, he's killed. He killed the army.
They killed the head of the Moroccan Continental.
Like,
which also I think is involved in minting coins over there. So yeah, their system is in disarray at this point.
Right, he has really thrown everyone for a loop. So everyone's on this, like, you know, that's why the Marquis says, I have to destroy, like, the myth of John Wick before I can kill him.
Don't want to make him a martyr.
Yeah, and he's pretty effective. You know, when we meet the Harbinger, I can never remember that actor's name, but he's pretty good, and he plays this Harbinger role really, really well.
Yeah, Clancy Brown.
And the reason part of me thinks he might be like the one dude that actually holds all the power is just his callousness and how brutally honest he is, even with the Marquis.
Yeah. He seems like even if he's not the one pulling all the strings, he's in a role that will be unaffected by any change in management.
Right, like he's got to supersede pretty much everybody.
Yeah. Kind of like the judicial system. Like if you think of other parts of the government, like nobody really cares about senator elections or presidents or whatever. They come and go, but judicial lifetime appointment, you're just there passing judgment on dudes.
Yeah. Yeah, like that's this guy.
Yeah.
His literal hourglass of doom.
Yeah, and the fact that they can rig up an entire hotel to blow and be completely demolished in an hour is pretty impressive, unless they already had it rigged up before they showed up.
I think Chapter 4 makes me wonder if every Continental is actually already rigged, like it's built into the system just for these potential kind of
safety
moments.
Net. Yeah.
Like that's the high table's insurance policy right there. Like, all right, we're going to get rid of this one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, Chapter 4 gave us kind of an awkward moment, though, because the actor Lance
Riddick, yeah.
Had passed away, and then we had to watch his character get murdered pretty early in the cut. It's one of those weird moments where you're like, ooh. Obviously, that was never like, no one expected Lance Riddick to pass away, but he did.
Yeah.
It's still kind of jarring to see him die on screen, knowing that he had passed away just before the premiere, right? Wasn't it right before the premiere that he passed away?
I think so.
Yeah. It's almost like when Heath Ledger passed away while making Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus, and his opening... I don't know if you ever saw that movie.
No.
Very weird movie. But he dies mid-production, and his character's first scene, his introduction scene, is him hanging from a bridge, dead.
Okay.
Like,
unfortunate timing.
That's the image, and it's one of those where you're like, are there times where maybe a reshoot should happen?
Uh-huh.
I'm kind of... This will sound weird, but I'm glad they didn't change it. I think his passing is really important to both the characters of Winston and John Wick.
Yeah,
it kinda,
I think it was...
humanizes them.
I think it was good... a good way for him to leave the series, and also good motivation for the characters, even if he died while they were filming, and that was the way that they rewrote it for him to leave the series after that, or write him out of the show or whatever, it would have made a lot of sense. So I think it just kind of fell into place as unfortunate coincidence, but also one that still works very well.
But yeah, And it is a great motivator for especially Winston, because Winston just kind of cuts off from willing to participate with the High Table. I love his little rebelliousness that he kind of embraces from that moment on.
Yeah.
Yet, we get more dogs. We get more dogs in Chapter 4.
Yeah, I really enjoy, because I loved Sophia's dogs in Chapter 3 and their fight scene so much. I'm like, I wish there was more of that. And I love that they fulfill that wish in Chapter 4, that Mr. Nobody has this same sort of dog who just is in a bunch of scenes and is doing work and is doing a great job.
Jacks people up. Jacks them up so bad.
And Mr. Nobody is such an interesting character. And he gets introduced pretty early as just this random assassin who shows up at the Osaka Continental, but his style is so different, and his, like, not just his wardrobe, but like the gun he chooses to use, and he like sketches the faces of the marks that he's had in the past into his book. He's just such an interesting guy. And then his dog also is such a cool little factor in his approach.
Well, he's
to things.
such a, like, I like that he keeps checking the contract on John, and he's constantly saying, like, not enough yet. We're close, but it's not there yet. It's almost like he's purposely decided he's in the world, but he's like trying to not be fully a part of it. And I take him waiting for that high dollar contract, like the $40 million, to take the money and disappear, which is why he introduces himself all the time as Mr. Nobody. And he just is very coy about everything. And I think he's that kind of character that's in it for the one big score so that he can get in and get out.
Yeah.
And just completely disappear.
It also represents him as maybe more intelligent than your average assassin, where we've seen so many random ass people show up and be like, $1 million or $10 million, and then they just throw their whole life away by getting killed by John in 2 seconds. That he at least puts a little more thought into it, and he's like, it does a little bit of a risk calculation. He's like, it's John Wick, so my chances of survival are very low, but there's a number where it would be worth it for me to try, and if it ever gets to that number, I will step in.
Well, and he's been like, because he even has sketches of John, so it's almost like he's been stalking John, studying John, and just kind of learning his patterns, because John Wick does have his patterns. He kills people pretty much the same way. He fights pretty much the same way, no matter the opponent. If it's a big fat guy, he changes it up a little bit. But yeah, I think Mr. Nobody is that character that's really, he's so patient, and he knows what he's waiting for, what he's looking for, and then when that moment comes, he'll be able to actually execute it as it needs to be executed.
Yeah.
Of course, he gets rattled in that moment, but
I like Chapter 4 a lot because you don't really know who's going to be that main antagonist, because it's very clear in the first one Miss Perkins is kind of that scrupulous assassin, and in the second one it's very clear that Ares, Ruby Rose's character, is that. In this one, you're like, it definitely could be Mr. Nobody. He seems like he's been studying John. He's prepared to take him out as well as anyone could be. But then you also have Caine, who is kind of a friend and kind of a guy who doesn't really want to participate, but also can turn it on when he wants to and be the most ruthless and terrifying killer since John Wick. And so you're like, I don't know if it's either of those guys. It's definitely the Marquis. He sucks. But it could be one of those guys, or it could be Killa, or it could be like, who's going to be the main adversary that's at John's level.
Right.
It kind of goes back and forth through the whole movie until Mr. Nobody decides, like, you save my dog, I'll be your friend, I guess, basically.
Right. I'll owe you this one.
Yeah.
Dude, Caine, Donnie Yen as Caine is such a gem in this movie.
Oh, he's the best.
This movie.
And
one of my... Go ahead, sorry.
He's so, obviously, as fans of action and fans of martial arts movies have followed his career and his movies for a long time.
Dude,
and so to hear him... just to hear him be announced in this movie was exciting, but then to see the character that they gave him and how he brought him to life as this blind assassin with kind of a tragic story that he can't see his daughter, like literally can't see his daughter, but he also can't ever get even close enough to hear her music, because even when he does that, the Marquis comes down on him for getting too close. He strikes me as what John would become if John kept his fealty to the table that they tried to get, the elder tried to get out of him when he took his finger in his ring. If John had kept that word, he would have become what Caine is now.
Yeah.
I think that Caine is still reluctant to serve, but also committed to serve in a way.
He's forced to follow through with his commitment.
Mm-hmm. And it's so
His
cool to
fealty.
see him as this blind assassin, and he does such interesting and different maneuvers, especially in that first the motion activated doorbells that he just sticks around in so he knows where people are at any given moment in the fight. It was the most like, that's such a good idea
so
for
brilliant.
a new kind of thing that we've never seen before. It's like you talked about, like, not like movies not feeling like they need to one up each other every time. That's not like going above and beyond anything in the other movies, but it's also a new incredible thing that we wouldn't even have thought of to do in the next movie.
I remember watching that for the first time, and the moment he like starts slapping him everywhere, because he smacks the walls with his cane and his sword, and then that's where he puts the doorbells. I remember being like, is he really doing what I think? And then once they ran and it's like, ding dong. It's such a intelligent thing to do, because it's like, well, he's blind. He's totally always relying on the sound. And what better way to just blatantly, like, he doesn't try to be sneaky about it. They're not even hid. It's just no one's going to expect to run by a doorbell.
Right. And especially in the heat of a fight, like, why would you be checking for that?
Right. It's just the way he kills people. His like super fast quick jabs that he does with that sword are still just, he's so fast. Donnie Yen is so fast. And
he's also, he plays it kind of, what is a character that it's like, it's not like Mr. Magoo or like Inspector Clouseau, but there's like, he doesn't let on that he's as good as he is, or that he's kind of like,
pretty coy about it.
He's knocking his cane around like he can't see, and like he's almost pretending to be blind in a way, so that everybody's caught off guard when he's like, no, actually, I know exactly where you are, and I know exactly what to do, and I'm not anywhere near the level of disabled as you think I am. Yeah,
he definitely puts on kind of a show to make people underestimate him. That's kind of what he's doing a lot. Even to John. But I think John is the only one that already knows, like, that's his gimmick.
Thing.
Yeah, that's why, when John's on the ground surrounded by broken glass, he knows, like, can't even breathe because he'll hear it. And, of course, then John moves and hears the glass shift. And, like, I love how fast Caine just goes from the, like, slapping everything to the assassin mode.
Yeah.
I love that shift. Love it. And it was exciting. I never remember the actor's name, but he's like the greatest Japanese actor ever.
Yeah, you're talking about...
I can't pronounce his name.
Hiroyuki Sanada.
Seeing him and Donnie Yen spar, that's just exciting. Like, it's just exciting. It might be the only regret of Chapter 4 is that their fight scene is too short, but it makes sense because, like, it's not their movie.
Right.
But what a
It's
cool
as long as
thing.
it needs to be to set up the relationship between them. And I think having this kind of like three-way friendship between John and Koji, I think his name is, and Caine is so interesting. And I do think that Caine is probably a little bit jealous of Koji, that he gets to work with his daughter and see her every day and all that stuff that Caine doesn't. And so he's like, come on, man, you gotta do what you gotta do, or don't do what you gotta do and just walk away. And Koji feels bound by honor and bound by friendship to John, whereas Caine, he's like, yeah, John's my friend, but I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna bend over backwards and put my daughter in jeopardy for him.
Yeah, I think that level of like respect that the three of them have for each other, you can tell is very high, and you can tell the different positions that they're in. Caine's in a position where he has to kill John, whereas His character
Koji.
sheet says Shimazu.
Yeah, it's Shimazu Koji. John calls him
Koji.
Koji mostly.
Especially with how chapter 4 ends, it kind of puts Koji in like a uncle status, not necessarily a friendship status, but like mentorship status.
Yeah.
I think it would be interesting to see what the relationship between Winston and him was at one point, because to me, they would have to have some form of a relationship.
Yeah, overlap. Yeah.
Yeah. To both be so vital to John Wick. They would have to. Just with how John treats him. And how open he is of like, John's excommunicado and on this war path against everybody, but he's welcome at my Continental. So
yeah, even his daughter says in the lobby, like, your relationship with John Wick is not something that is hidden. Everybody knows it.
Right. It's not conducive to what we're trying to do here.
I'd rather our hotel not get blown up.
It doesn't get blown up. Shot up like crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, chapter 4 is like progression through the whole thing. I feel like chapter 4, this is why the potential of chapter 5 is so weird to me, because chapter 4 really did feel like the one that they culminated all of it together. That they really just, we're going to finish loose ends, a few of them that are there. The important ones will be done. And we're going to conclude John's story. It really felt like the most fleshed out, with John having to get reinstated into a family and the steps that he has to do to achieve that, so that he can go crazy old school and challenge the Marquis to a literal duel.
Yeah. It's such a cool idea for a franchise that's based entirely on gunplay and contractual killings and revenge and keeping score and things like that, to lead to a duel, which is all of those things like combined. And as long as disagreements have existed, there have been duels in various forms. So it is one of the oldest and most formal acts in our civilization. And so for it to just be, oh yeah, this is an option in their world too, is such a good idea. I think I like it a lot.
It's like, and I like how kind of strict, or no, not strict, but like respected it is in terms of tradition, where you can tell that it's probably one of the oldest traditions for the high table in this world.
And it's very formal and may not even have been used in a long time, but they're like, it's still on the books as a legitimate way to handle things.
Like, the Harbinger oversees it and is very strict on it, and it's just, I think that's such a cool thing. And for this franchise to go from so much chaos and gung fu, as they call it, to culminate it to this like 10 paces, fire your shot, well, 30 and then 20 and then 10, but
well, just to sit at the table across from each other and like pick your cards to choose your weapons and choose your time frame and location and all that stuff as like an agreed upon decision together, and then agree to those rules and agree that you're second.
But before we get to the duel, we get one of the most fun gun battles that starts off at a giant roundabout.
Yeah.
I think chapter 4 does some really interesting things. We've got like the world that we've known, all this lore that's with it, and then we we get into kind of John's finale, like his crescendo.
Yeah. And learn more of his backstory, because we learn like a little bit more of his family, that he had an adopted sister, and a little bit more of the Romariska crime family as well. Yeah.
Which is that whole like setup that they put him on, where they're like hanging him, that he's on like that rack.
Yeah.
The questions that they got, how he has to plead for them to reinstate him into the family, and how they're like, well, you're going to have to go and kill this dude.
Yeah.
Who's brutal. I love how he kills him. I love that fight. It's such a fun fight.
The killer fight?
the Killa fight.
Yeah.
Such a fun fight, man. Like, it's him throwing him down onto the bottom level and then showing up, and just you can tell that, Scott Adkins?
Yeah.
You gotta give that dude some props, because he's not a fat guy.
No, he's like super fit. I really appreciate, obviously Donnie Yen gets a lot of praise for being in this movie and also for kind of opening up the movie to China. I think it's the first one in the whole series that was played in China just recently. Scott Adkins deserves a lot of credit for all of that work that he's put into action movies over the last, I don't know, couple decades probably. But he's always felt like he's on like the Steven Seagal level that people don't give him, or not Steven Seagal. That's not fair. More of like a,
I think he's more
of like a
Seagal.
More of like a Jean-Claude Van Damme maybe, where like Jean-Claude Van Damme, very talented, very one of the main action names, but also a lot of the movies he made were not the biggest, like kind of silly or
they're not the most well known.
Yeah, little action movies that are fun, but not, they're not getting a ton of praise. But I think Scott Adkins and his like work and abilities and stuff is still way up there. So to see him brought in here and put on a big fat suit and beat Killa, which is the most fun thing. And then watch the behind the scenes where he's like dancing and doing the splits and high kicks and stuff is so funny.
Watching him do that whole fight scene in that suit, I'm like, dude, as like a making of nerd, I've seen plenty of behind the scenes where actors have to wear the fat suits and they're like, you die in this stuff. They're so uncomfortable. They're so hot. You can't move you just become gross. And then you watch Scott Adkins in the suit and he's like, Keanu Reeves is not a short guy. And Adkins' kicks are hitting him in the head. Like, there's some force. There's some agility there. Like, this is crazy. So props to
his
him.
ability to still be able to move the way that he does in that giant suit is amazing.
But that's also the sequence that I know you referenced the stunt a lot, is the stunt on the escalator. It's like a split-second stunt.
Yeah.
But this whole fight sequence at this nightclub does include the dude being thrown down the escalator, which was a real escalator and a real guy.
Yeah. When you see him get thrown down, you're like, oh, that's definitely a dummy. Like, that's just a crash test dummy kind of body that they threw down. And then he stands up, and you're like, there was no cut, because it's a behind-the-scene like clip. I'm like, there was no cut. That's a guy that just launched himself down this escalator? That's insane.
The escalator. Which, I think we've mentioned it, but the stunt work in this franchise, I can't help but think... Yeah, I can't help but think that the John Wick franchise had to have played a major role in how the Academy Awards are now going to start incorporating stunt awards. It had to have.
I think that Chad Stahelski and David Leitch co-directing John Wick, and then David Leitch not being able to be credited as co-director, being credited as producer, and then the founding of 8711 and then Produce Studios and the founding of 87 North for their stunt, his stunt team, that led to creation of The Fall Guy and all of his other movies, Bullet Train and all that stuff, but ending up at The Fall Guy, and then I think all of the promotion from The Fall Guy, all of that really contributed to the Oscars finally letting stunts in.
It had,
and it definitely wouldn't have happened without John Wick happening and being successful.
Obviously, this is technically hearsay because we don't have proof that it is, but it's the most logical.
Yeah, it is the most logical, and we've been trying to talk about the story and all of the lore and all of the stuff that you need to pay attention to going forward. But the focus of making the movies is incredible stunts and incredible set pieces and performances and everything.
And they delivered. They absolutely delivered.
Yeah. That's the main thing that they try to get right, and they succeed in getting right, and everything else is just gravy.
It's so good. But yeah, Chapter 4 kicks off once John is reinstated to the family and the duel is set.
Can we talk about his family for a second?
Yeah.
Because
do it.
I feel like, this is a weird thing to say, but John Wick as a person, especially because he's dressed up in nice black suits and stuff, feels pretty clean cut when he's not bleeding. His family, though, is kind of gross looking. Like, of all the crime families we've seen so far, of all the members of the High Table, like the D'Antonios and Killa, who's also on the High Table, by the way, we didn't mention that. So he's killed several members of the High Table so far. His family, though, the Ruska Romas, whatevers, they're like the grossest hillbilly-looking Russian, German Bolsheviks I've ever seen.
They kind of look to me like one of the lower class families of this world, which I think gives them that hardened, gross edge, which might be a factor into why when John is on his rampages, why they tend to be so brutal, because his upbringing may have been conditioned to be like, you don't just kill, like, maim. Like, destroy. That's your intention.
Yeah, and I think his life, especially as a child, was so hard.
It had his training been horrible.
His training was so hard. Is why he can withstand so much as an adult.
Yeah, so them being the gross hillbillies of the assassin world in John Wick's universe, that math works.
Yeah.
It kind of makes sense for your, like, they can't rely on all the luxuries of the world, so they make up for it with just the effectiveness. Because I would imagine they're an effective family, especially with John being a part of it. That has to speak volumes to, like, there's probably some stuff in the past before John that made that family, like, they're gross, stay away from them, but they're effective.
Yeah. It's also a great mirror image, John's gross underground family, compared to the Marquis, who's all like velvet and decadence and...
Look how small my teaspoon is. And
yeah. Little tea and crumpets and bonbons and stuff, for sure.
Seeing him stir the tea on that first scene is always just like... just... I think it's the spoon on the teacup that bothers me, and then like how tiny it is, and it's so pretentious.
Yeah, for sure is.
But
he does fulfill his need to get back into the family, and he does get the duel established. But there's one little rule in that you need to get to the duel in the morning on time. And so even though the duel itself will be very formal and straightforward and clear rules, there is plenty more chaos and gunplay involved before that happens.
There's way too much time from making the rule to showing up. John goes to the church, probably to make peace, like with himself or with, God or whatever he's about to, with whatever he's about to do, dying, or if he lives, knowing that Caine, he has to face off against Caine because the Marquis is a sniveling twerp.
Right.
But it's one of those scenes where, like, you're okay with John going to the church and doing, he lights a candle and having that moment of peace. When he gets up and he's like, I've got something else I gotta do, you're like, no, just go home and rest. Can you just... No.
Yeah. Survive the night.
You have to survive the night. This is when it, Chapter 4 does something that doesn't feel like it should fit, but it adds such a fun layer to this movie and to the story, and that's the radio DJ.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very reminiscent of going back to the first movie, The Warriors, is that there's a radio DJ kind of describing where the warriors are throughout the city as they're trying to make their way back to Coney Island. It's very much like that, where she's just kind of like, here's where John Wick is, better show up and knock him out so you get your $40 million or whatever it is now.
And she playfully talks about John and the need for everyone to collect the contract, but it's not so obvious where average listeners would be like, are they plotting against murdering someone?
Yeah. Are there a bunch of killers running around the streets tonight?
This is weird.
Yeah.
But it's such a fun element, and it adds so much to the, like, I just lost word. Yep,
Just the
word's
movement
gone.
of the scene, to me, I think
Thank
it's
you.
like it adds to the continuous kinetic motion of the scenes.
Yeah, because the last, like, 40 minutes of chapter 4 just never stops. Honestly, the movie is 3 hours long. I think there might only be a total of 8 minutes that are calm.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I think you're probably true.
the ratio is so off.
Hmm.
But we do get that awesome gunfight in the building where the camera is doing the overhead stuff. And I know it's a trope that's been done before, but man, is it fun to watch.
Yeah, and to see it done at this level with a continuous one shot with no cuts, that they keep moving from room to room, and stuntmen are catching on fire and flying down the stairs, and John's just continuing to take dudes out. It's so exciting, and the dog gets in there, and Mr. Nobody's trying to get him too. It's really, really, really fun. It's probably my favorite scene. Up to I think I may have said this a long time ago, but like watching all of chapter 4, I was like, yeah, this is about as good as the other ones. This is a pretty good movie. And then we got to this scene, I was like, I love this movie. This is the best one so far. It's so good because it just puts it over the top.
I remember when I saw it in the theater, because I saw it before you did. And I remember this sequence came up, and my first thought was like, ooh, this is awesome. Second thought was Jake is he's going to lose it when he sees this scene. He's going to freak out. Yeah.
I did.
Like,
it's everything that
Jake's
I could have
moment
wanted.
right here.
It really is. I love everything about it.
It's so good. And that's when, like, Mr. Nobody has that, like, okay, time to take John out and collect this contract. And of course, as he's about to do it, John saves his dog instead. I think it's awesome and a great John Wick character moment that he shows that empathy for a creature that is obviously lower than him. And I think that's what makes Mr. Nobody. I don't think it's just like, oh, you saved my dog. I think it's more of like, oh, John Wick is not the robotic, mindless killer.
Yeah.
He's like, there's something very deep there
Yeah.
to save a creature that he has no affiliation
Who's
with.
innocent. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of an innocent animal, even though the dog's
Even though it's
killer.
ripping dudes' nuts off with no qualms.
Yeah.
But I think that's such a cool moment that John does. And I love how the expression on Mr. Nobody's face is just that kind of like disbelief and like, did he really just save the dog? Like, he could have killed me, the dude, the dog.
Yeah. Could have saved himself, but he didn't.
Yeah. And then we get the roundabout, right? It's the roundabout that's next.
Yeah, the roundabout's kind of part of his big journey trying to get to the duel, and I could watch that roundabout scene so many times. It's kind of like the knife scene in the store in chapter 3, because everybody's kind of showing up. They're getting out of their cars. They're getting hit by cars. There's the dog's coming through. Like, everything's happening.
There's doors flying off.
People are trying to shoot through cars driving by and not hit innocent people, and it's just so well timed and choreographed, and it looks so good.
It is just one of the most insane sequences. And then you get like when they finally get out and they kind of do more of a chase on foot for a little bit. But then we get the stairs. The
stairs are like the standout scene of the movie. I think because everybody feels the same way when they're watching it, in that you're almost there and time's running out, and every time he falls down the stairs, you're like, that's it.
You're like, no,
that's it.
No.
And then he doesn't give up, and he goes up like, okay, well, maybe we can make it. And then he falls again. You're like, that's it. That's it. Like, we would give up. We are normal people who are like mortal, and we would give up at that point, be like, I can't make it. I'm screwed. But John Wick just has that determination to not stop and keep going.
I probably would have tried to convince myself that I could disappear into the world, and they'll forget about me. I'll be,
You're just talking like a nobody. Only nobodies think that.
It's true. I think the one that made
the stairs are very much like Sisyphus and just the internal trying to push a boulder up the stairs, but unfortunately John is no stranger with impossible tasks.
That one big fall though that he has where you're like, he finally makes it up and then he gets kicked down, and just when you think like, well, he'll stop at this layer, he bounces. You're like, you gotta stop bouncing. Please stop. Oh gosh, he bounced again. Oh, he hit again. I love how Caine is the one that comes up to him and he's like, John, I need you to get up the stairs. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, I really enjoy how they both go to the duel together as like he helps him get there just so that they can fight each other again.
I think one of the funniest moments is where they cut to the table where the Harbinger, the Marquis, and Winston are all waiting. And you can hear the gunfight and the screams and the yells of everyone dying. And it's just that quiet, like, listening to, he's killing a lot of people right now.
Yeah, and they're just, like, looking at their watches.
All right. I love how the Harbinger's like, it appears Mr. Wick will not be joining us. You're like, the movie's not over, man. The movie's not over.
We still got sand left in the dial.
Not much. But
not much at all. Enough.
Dude, it's incredible to me how the duel is so intense, like as intense as it is. I think it's the one time in the franchise when I watched it for the first time that I really found myself thinking like, they could actually kill him. He could actually die during this duel. This could be the end. They could end this whole franchise on a bad note, but it would make sense.
Right.
I think it's the only
I would
moment
be okay. I think I would be okay if he did. It would suck for Winston mostly, but I would understand if John went out that way.
Yeah. But it would it would be a hard ending, but it would make sense. So I remember watching it and just being like, I don't know how they're going to do that. Like, this is kind of...
Yeah, I did not feel like... And from all of the other movies, you definitely feel like, oh, John's making it to the end. No matter how hard it is, no matter how beat up he gets, he's always going to make it to the end. But you do feel like this is the end, and maybe there's nowhere else for him to go.
Right. You're like, try thinking real quick, like, did they say they already greenlit Chapter 5, or are they just wondering if it's on the table? What's the status of Chapter 5?
Yeah, can we Google it real quick? Pause.
Right. I do love, I can't remember how he words it, but it's John has that line of like, those who cling to life die, and those who cling to death will live, or something. It's something like that. And I think it's interesting that Caine takes it as John is going to sacrifice himself, which he does, so that Caine can get his freedom. I will be very honest. I, like the Marquis, did not realize that John did not fire his last shot. I'll be honest. I didn't realize it. I was too caught up in seeing John get hit and fall. I did not. I caught on the moment that the Marquis hopped up and was like, I'm going to have the final shot, where it was like, okay, I know where this is going.
Something is going on here. Yeah, it's the Caine and John's sounds were so close to together every time. Yeah. So I think a lot of people felt that way. I think the tension of the scene also relies so much on us caring about Caine and his fate that you also want him to succeed. And so you're torn. You're like, I really want John to succeed because he's the hero and I love him. But I've also really grown to love Caine, even though he's been kind of a dick. He is a good character, and I really care about him and really want him to succeed as well. So you're stuck, and it's hard to find a way out.
It is.
For them to both get out. You don't really see it coming.
But then one of the best things about this franchise is how quick they will get rid of a villain. They just don't care. Yeah. Like, we're not going to drag it out longer than it needs to be. Marquis walks up, you arrogant. He didn't fire. What? Bam! Like, no drawn out long death scene for you. No villain gets the super long death scene. Once you die, you die. That's done. I love that. Just how abrupt they go.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Caine gets his freedom. His daughter gets hers, and John obviously gets his, and Winston gets reinstated completely, where the Continental is rebuilt. Well, will be rebuilt and reconsecrated
on the table's dime.
Yeah, and then we get to the part where people are still debating. John on
dead?
The steps. Did he die?
Did he die? That's the question.
We do see a grave. Winston and the king do visit his grave, and the king talks about like, never thought I'd see this day, and then we get Winston's final like twist of what does he say, like farewell my son or something like that, but he speaks it in Russian, which is the first time we've heard Winston speak another language, and he's got the tattoo.
Right, he's got a Ruska-Roma crime family tattoo on his wrist, which is the same that John is from.
Which to me was like, oh my gosh, this whole franchise just makes so much more sense why Winston is such a important character to John, because he's part of the family.
So do you sort of potentially implied it so far? Do you think he's his literal birth
I don't
son?
think he's his literal birth father. I think he was just the
an adopted father.
Yeah.
More of that's what I think as well. That
I don't think he's literal biological father, but I think he
took him under his wing. Maybe took him to America.
Yeah, I think he's the one that potentially actually was behind John's success. I think he probably gave John a lot of like head starts almost, or like insider stuff, which might take away from John's legacy as the Baba Yaga, but I think only to a point. I think John took the rest, made his own legacy. But no, I don't think they're biological. I think they're just Winston was the guy that raised John. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, it's interesting that we never see Winston and the director, Angelica Houston's character, interact, because she's like his mother. So it's like, what was that dynamic like? Did she give up? Did the director give up kind of at a certain point? She like raised John through the academy or whatever, and then Winston took over as he went out in the real world and started working.
And we don't know how the family actually operates. So it could have been she does the schooling and Winston does the actual like field training.
Work mentorship.
Yeah. It's so weird to try and put assassinations in terms of like 9 to 5
jobs. He's an apprentice.
But it is a fun twist that they have Winston say that. But the king does ask the question, do you think John is in heaven or in hell? Winston replies with that kind of coy answer of like, who knows? And I know the first time I watched it, I was like, well, obviously he's a murderer, so he's probably not in heaven. But it was like, John's dead. John's gone. And then, everything was coming out like, yeah, this is it. There's no chapter 5. Like, this was the end. And then they announced the Ballerina spinoff, and it was like, okay, that's how you know the franchises, or like his story is done, because now we have the spinoff. But I've watched it a few times, and now I find myself in moments where I go back and forth.
Yeah.
And then when he showed up in the trailer for Ballerina, which initially I didn't know that he was actually going to appear in the movie. And I thought, well, that's interesting. I know like it's supposed to take place in between a couple of the chapters. I didn't know until tonight which ones. But I thought it was an interesting thing that he was going to show up in the spinoff. And it kind of felt like this is kind of he's not done. And then Keanu Reeves was like, no, we're done. We're done. Like, I'm done with the franchise. But then what was it? Not even a month ago, they came out and were like, John Wick Chapter 5 officially in development.
Officially in development. Keanu Reeves returning. And, I remember they said at some point that, Keanu Reeves said, I don't think I can do it. I don't think my knees can take it. And then he said, well, if Chad comes to me and has like a bottle of scotch and then we sit down and there's a good enough story, then maybe. And so it seems like they are. It seems like there's a 5th movie, and it seems like it will be the next chapter in the timeline. Like, it's not going to be a prequel or something weird like that.
Right.
And I think that I don't think that Chad and Keanu would bring the character back unless they had a good reason. And I think with 4 perfect examples already, there's no reason to not trust them that they would do a good
That's
job
fair.
with it.
That's
They've
fair.
definitely earned our trust up to this point, so as long as they stay attached to it, I'm confident in it, I think. But I was thinking about it. I'm like, I don't know how you would do it. The best thing I could think of is obviously the cliche would be like he's not dead. He comes back. They just pretended that he died to like get the heat off his back and get the table to stop pursuing him and all that stuff. Even though he won and
But
should
he
have
won
had
his
his name
freedom,
cleared
so
and all
that
that
wouldn't
stuff.
make too much sense.
Yeah, my idea for a 5th movie, which might be stupid, but I think is kind of cool, is that what if John did die? But in the opening of the 5th movie, we don't know that. And it seems like he kind of recovers and goes on about his day. And then he's approached by a dark figure to complete an impossible task. And we don't find out till the end of the movie that that dark figure is the devil. And he's stuck in purgatory. And he needs to complete this task in order to get to heaven and be with Helen in the end.
Okay.
Wouldn't that be cool? I got goosebumps. I gave myself goosebumps.
You gave yourself goosebumps? It's an interesting idea. I don't know if it would fit the tone of the franchise, though, because they haven't done anything that's...
You would do it super seriously, like not silly. It would just be like a guy in a suit. It wouldn't be like a devil.
But they haven't done anything that's like actually...
Well, our character hasn't died before either. Like, what comes next? Unless he's either dead or he's alive, or it's the same.
I think they're gonna make him alive. I think they're gonna make his death a ruse, but I don't think they'll make his death a ruse in terms of getting the heat off of his back, because he's already been granted all freedom, so that wouldn't necessarily make too much sense. I think they fake his death. I think Chapter 5 would be John officially killing the High Table, like the surviving members, maybe even Harbinger. I think Chapter 5 would be John officially finishing kind of what he was doing.
Yeah, that I could see that. I was thinking that he could have faked his death so that nobody else comes and finds him and tries to pull him back in the life anymore. But even though he's had his name cleared and he's not excommunicado anymore, I could definitely see the High Table still sweating that he will come for them. And so if he fakes his death, then they'll let their guard down probably a little bit more. And then he could still come for them. I could definitely see him, probably not he himself joining the High Table or like being the head of the High Table, but maybe getting Winston to be the head of the High Table would be appropriate.
Yeah, maybe. It's so weird because...
Under new management.
Yeah, I feel real. I'm not going to lie, dude. Like, I trust them because we do have 4 perfect examples.
Mm-hmm.
I really, really feel like ending Chapter 4 with him being dead was the best way to end the franchise. It fits the story. He's gone. He's at peace. It's done. And he died after being completely freed from everything.
Yeah, redempted.
Or Chapter 5 could be him finding the other elder who's still holding on to his wedding ring and getting his wedding ring back and then dying.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think Chapter 5 is kind of a really big gamble. It's strange because I'm genuinely kind of on reservation about it. I really am.
Me too.
I get
that for sure.
Chapter 4 so good.
The nice thing is that we do have Chapter 4 and it's a good ending. And so if Chapter 5 sucks, we can just pretend it doesn't exist. And watch the 4 and be perfectly happy.
Much like we do with like the Indiana Jones trilogy.
Correct. Yep. You're right about that.
And the Matrix trilogy, we don't acknowledge that 4th one.
It's true. Yeah.
And some people would tell me, Dustin, you shouldn't even acknowledge the other 2. But when you compare the other 2 to that 4th one, they're gold.
Yeah, I like the other 2. They had a lot of commentary and color to the world.
I enjoy them. But yeah, John Wick, man, what a fascinating franchise, dude. It's just... For a, as you labeled it, shoot 'em up kind of guy flicks, it's incredible how wide the audience actually has been and how dedicated the fan base has been. Like, people love
really connected to it. Like, it's a really good example of original movies that people are always like, they don't make original movies anymore, there's no good ones. They still make them. It's just that they need to find the word of mouth and the decent reviews and things to get all the people to go see it and be successful. And then when that happens, they become massive franchises like this. And then you start complaining that, oh, it's the 5th movie in this franchise. Well, it's because it's good. And as long as it keeps being good, that's a good thing. It started as this really little and kind of niche action movie made by stunt people. And it was really, really cool.
And it blew
There's
up.
Actually, I didn't find out until today because I was checking on YouTube for John Wick things. And there's a documentary about the making of all of them, but also getting it off the ground, coming out in a week from when we're recording this. So May 9th, I think it's called. Wick is Pain, and it's a documentary with everybody involved. I didn't even hear about this, but Lionsgate's putting it out, and it looks really cool. I'm excited to watch that. Probably cover a lot of things we just talked about, but in a much better way than we just did. But I hope you still enjoyed this.
Yeah, it's. I just found out about that documentary too. Like, was it today? No, it was very recent, and I was like, they made a documentary? I want to watch that.
Yeah.
I'm looking it up right now.
I haven't seen it really promoted at all, but
May 9th is what it's listed
May
as.
9th. Yeah. So for what comes next, we talk about John Wick Chapter 5. There's going to be a untitled anime-style prequel, which I'm not going to watch as long as it stays about what it's supposed to be about. It's supposed to be about John Wick completing his impossible task, and I really don't want to see what that is. I would rather it be a mystery.
Yeah.
I think it's more important to the character and his myth to be a mystery of what that was. Because once it's not a mystery anymore, I don't know, it just loses value, I think.
Well, doing that also kind of, because I doubt a lot of them are probably going to be a part of it, because it's probably like its own separate kind of thing.
Yeah, it's I don't know if it's going to streaming or what yet. I don't know if they've decided, but it's written by Vanessa Taylor, directed by Shannon Tyndall, who hasn't done much. He wrote the story for Kubo and the Two Strings.
Okay.
But the writer's done like weird things like Divergent and The Shape of Water and Hillbilly Elegy and 3 episodes of Game of Thrones. So I don't really know. I don't generally like anime style art either, but I mostly would not watch it for the story if that's what it's about, depicting his impossible task.
I'm with you, and you and I have talked about this kind of thing with a lot of movies in the past, where leaving unanswered things is a good thing sometimes. And I think some of the lore that they hint at in the John Wick universe should stay mystery. It should stay lore. It should stay unknown. Maybe only to Keanu Reeves and the writing team.
Yeah. It's a good way to engage the audience in the process, because then they can bring their own thoughts and opinions and theories and stuff. If you over-explain everything, then there's going to be people that are like, no, I don't like that. Right. And it's better to say, make it whatever you want it to be.
Which kind of sounds like you and I will be on that side of the fence if they actually make this anime prequel, where we'll be like, don't agree with that one. Nope.
Yeah. But, I mean, it's possible they completely correctly depict what an impossible task would be that would make sense for the world, but the chances of that, I think, are lower than other options.
But I think our expectation would almost be too high, that even if it was a great example, I think you and I, let's be honest, might end up still being kind of hypercritical on it and being like, that doesn't fit this universe that we love so much in our opinion, so we're going to reject that.
Yeah.
We've done it.
Yeah, and I think there's
Wars.
also...
We've done it to...
And I think there's also risk, like I said before, with spreading out the franchise to other creators who have other visions and other opinions. John Wick works so well because it's a completely unified group with a clear vision that's consistent, same director. The writer has changed a little bit, so chapter 3 and 4, or parts of 3 and all of 4 were written by somebody else, but followed the same creative team throughout.
Right,
and
but
so
they still had
I have
the OGs working with them, so...
I have that reservation primarily around Ballerina, honestly, from a directorial perspective, because it's the first movie in the franchise that Chad Stahelski has not directed or been involved in directing. In fact, it's directed by Len Wiseman, who has directed the Colin Farrell Total Recall remake and Live Free or Die Hard and 5 of the Underworld movies. But that might be because he was married to Kate Beckinsale for 15 years until 2019.
Well, the Underworld franchise is fun. It's not great, but it's fun.
It's fun, but it's not John Wick level fun.
No. I mean, the Ballerina preview looks pretty cool. Let's be honest.
It does. The trailer does fill me with anticipation and a decent level of confidence.
It does look like at least in the trailer, it looks like they've done a decent job of recreating this world. The John Wick world. It has that aesthetic to it. I would imagine the fact that... Go ahead.
I think that I haven't checked if it is or not, but I think if the stunt team and stunt coordinator and all of the creativity behind that stuff is the same, then that will help a lot.
Yeah.
And they can, I think, guide this director as to how they shoot and how they block and how they do all of the things to be consistent.
I imagine having Keanu Reeves there. I don't know how wide his involvement was, but I would imagine if the writers were smart, they would need to consult with him, since he's kind of a co-creator of this whole thing, to be like...
And I'm sure, I would imagine he and Keanu and Chad are producing this, I'm sure. That generally is what happens. So we hope. Yeah, so I definitely still have high hopes for Ballerina. I think it's just kind of a test to see where the franchise goes from here.
Yeah.
The next test is the next spinoff, which I'm very, very interested in, though, is the Caine movie. Have you heard about the Caine movie?
I did hear that Donnie Yen was going to do this.
Yeah, Donnie Yen is returning to star as Caine, but also direct it. Mm-hmm. And I think that his style of directing, it's expected to be in kind of a classic Hong Kong action cinema style, which would be very cool.
Do you think it will be... Because I haven't seen any details on it. I don't think there are any details on it.
I don't think so either. I think they just announced it.
Do you think it would be the follow-up to the post-credit scene from Chapter 4?
I was going to bring that up. I don't know that everybody knows there is a post-credit scene for Chapter 4. So important to mention. If you have not watched it, you should watch it. If you want to know what it is, we will tell you. So at the end of Chapter 4, after the credits, I think it's all the way at the end, not even a mid-credit scene.
It's very end of credits, yeah.
Caine goes to see his daughter after he's been freed from the table, and what's her name? Osaka? No, that's the name of the city in the hotel. Koji's daughter, or whatever her name is, shows up and looks like she's about to exact her revenge on Caine. A poor, unsuspecting, blind Caine holding flowers, about to see his daughter for the first time in however many years.
It makes me wonder if it would be that
it
post-credit.
could pick up right there. And we see him survive, or it's like a prequel.
Well, kind of like, what did Caine do right after he was freed?
Because he has a long history of working for the table, or not working for the table, but being an assassin, and then he did end up sacrificing his eyes to the table, like John sacrificed his finger and ring to protect his daughter and ensure that he wouldn't see her ever again, basically. Yeah. And so that could be kind of that story. Start out as a seeing Caine fighting and stuff, and then giving up your eyes, and then how do you come back to be such a great fighter after that? That could be interesting.
What if the Caine movie ends up being about how Caine helps John and Winston fake John's death, and John's been with Caine the whole time, and then get to the post-credit scene where Caine's on his way to be with his daughter for the first time, and the girl raises her knife up in the air, and John Wick grabs her hand. I could see that. And then what if John
Granted, I
takes
write-
her under his wing and trains her to be an assassin like he was and then sends her off?
Like
That
her
could be
father
interesting.
before her.
And then that could be John Wick Chapter 5 is John, his intervening and what that does.
Now he has a team of Avengers assassins.
And now he has a team of Avengers.
And they're all going after the High Table together.
And when John meets the Thanos of the High Table, he's going to steal the gauntlet and claim he is John Wick.
Yeah. Well, first he has to go to all of the crime families and collect a stone.
That's true. He has
or
to
an
go and
artifact.
get all their families.
Yeah.
We really went off the rail. I don't know how.
Like, part of me is like, this sounds so stupid, and part of me is like, I would watch the shit out of that movie.
I would
because it
watch
sounds awesome.
this 100%. I'm pretty
Like,
sure
we
I
sound
saw
like a bunch
John
of
Wick's
idiots who
name
don't know
on
what
the
we're talking
list
about.
of chairs for the cast of Doomsday. So,
Yeah, Doomsday doesn't stand a chance. That's hilarious.
man, John Wick is such a good franchise. It's so good, dude.
It really is.
It's
I think it still has so many legs and so much potential, but like all good things, Hollywood will find a way to ruin it probably eventually. So
I like that
we'll
you
enjoy it while we
subverted
can.
the expectation of that quote where it's all good things must end. You were like all good things, Hollywood will ruin it.
It's a matter of time. Or they'll reboot it. That's the two options.
Oh, they're totally going to
If you
reboot it.
Either you live long enough to become the villain, or you'll get rebooted by Disney at some point. That's the other subverted quote.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I expect
Well,
a
that's-
reboot in like 5 years, 6 years.
Yeah, probably. Well, that's 5 hours on John Wick.
Oh my gosh. We'll do this
are-
in 2 hours. No, we won't.
Jeez.
You
no.
doomed us. You doomed us the moment you said that.
Yeah, I guess I jinxed it. I won't do that ever again. I'm sorry. So yeah, let us know what your favorite John Wick moments are, your favorite characters, any theories you have for Ballerina, any theories you have for Caine or any other spinoff in the future, or cool ideas that are better than our Thanos idea. And yeah,
Hard to do.
and yeah, let us know if we missed anything to bring up that you have questions about.
Oh, I'm
Or things that you-
100% sure we did.
Yeah, have theories about that we can all wildly conjecture together until it may or may not get answered. I think the only plot hole I know of is the Winston marker, and it's not really a plot hole, it's just an unfulfilled thing that may or may not come into play in the future. So we'll see, I guess.
Either way, it is a 10 out of 10 franchise.
Yes.
Unexpected
Yes.
10 out of 10 franchise.
Yeah, I really can't think of any other series that has gone 4 movies and they're all
It is just
perfect.
so good. So good. Thank you, Keanu Reeves. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for saving action movies twice in your lifetime.
Ice.
Twice.
All right,
Thank
guys.
you, everybody.
Thank you.
We'll see you next time. I'll be seeing
Woohoo!
you.